Я тут не передаем настройку. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
See, I don't have it. I still got the grid view up. I don't. Here, let me see if I can do it. So you did it together mode. There it is. That is so gay.
I can like duck behind this pink balloon and.
You're like, I can grab those. This is weird. Who did this?
I did it by accident. I really didn't want to do it, but somebody told me to do it. Something rather.
Big twisted your arm. So if you go to the top, you can change it. You should be able to change it now if you don't want to have that on there. If you go to grid view, then that'll give you a good normal view. And you guys can do the same. So Neil, on your screen, if you're seeing the balloons, you can go up there and you can change it to grid view, and that's what you'll see.
Yeah, I've been kind of messing with them, trying to figure out which one is the best video quality because mine fell off about 5 minutes ago, and I've been playing with them back and forth.
Okay. And the recording and stuff's going to be coming through mine, so I don't guess it really matters what's on your screen, so it's all good. All right, you guys ready to get started?
Sure.
All right, let's do it. Let's do it. I think I've stalled as long as I can stall. So if the other guys join us, they join us. All right, AK heads, we are back with another episode of the Talking Lead AK Corner. And not just another episode, this is the season finale of season 3. The big finale. We've had 12 great episodes this year. And if you didn't get a chance to go back and check them all out, go back. Episode 1, we had the incomparable Professor Paul Markle on, where we talked about Vietnam era and AKs. We talked about ARs and all kinds of other weapons in that episode with Professor Paul. Episode 2, we had Joe Moe and Charlie Watson with Moe Guns. Joe and Charlie are veterans of the show. They've been on many times, so you longtime lead heads know all about Charlie and Joe. We talked about suppressing the AK. They do a phenomenal job with the AKs that they build. They do really highly custom type builds, and they built a integrally suppressed AK-47. It's called the Raptor? The Velociraptor is what it's called. So we talked about that on episode 2. Episode 3, we did some competition shooting. We talked about competition shooting, and we had Brian Nelson. He's the organizer of Red October. And then we had a couple of competitors on, Kyle Moore, Jared Seagraves with 212 Training Group, which Brian, is he still doing the 212 or is he like full-time Haley now?
You know, I think it's almost exclusively Haley Strategic. He's the head instructor there now.
Okay.
Congrats to him. That's a really cool, well, both outfits got a great deal. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, which is why we've not had him on lately.
Yeah, he's busier, almost busier than I am, which is hard to do.
Yeah, definitely. And Aaron Keener was on that episode. They had come up and we'd done a class, Brian. They're at Royal Range USA in Nashville. Talking Lead and Occam Defense sponsored a AK specific gun class course there at Royal Range USA. Had a great turnout. A lot of you lead heads came out for that course. And then Brian put on a little gunsmithing armors course in addition to that. So we had a really good time with that. And we talked about that on that episode. Really
great group of people, a lot of fun. Yeah, wonderful.
We've had demands to do that again, Brian. So we need to
look cool
for 2022.
Yeah.
And then episode 4, I'm just going to do a quick rundown here because this is what you guys missed in this season. It's been an awesome season. Kalash Smithing, we had John Holton on, and we went into more detail. I guess that course that Brian put on sparked a lot of people wanting more to learn about how to work on and how to build AKs. So we had John Holton with M13 Industries on, and went into some real good detail about gunsmithing on the AKs. Episode 5, we switched gears, and we talked about the Uzi. And that was an amazing episode. We have Tom Alabrando with IWI came on, and Tom really knew his shit about the Uzi, man. He knew it inside and out.
Well, on the job training, he actually carried one for hire, and yeah, really intelligent dude with a lot of wisdom. And you know, there's a lot of relation. They're sort of sister weapons in the way they're put together. Very educational talk from him.
Yeah, and when we did that episode, of course, the year before that, the season before that, we did an episode on the what was it? I can't remember.
We did like kit builds.
We did,
or no, for guns. I think we might have done the Galil.
We did the Galil.
Right.
That's what. Yep. We did the Galil, and we had a lot of feedback like, "Hey, we love the AK Korner, and we love that you worked that kind of stuff in." So we've had more requests. So that's why I did the Uzi. And in season 4, we're probably going to work even more variants in and talk about those. But in episode 6, we did the infamous AK versus AR episode, where we had teams. We had Team AR and Team AK, and we had who do we have on that? We had the AR-15 podcast guys, Nick and Garth. Obviously, they were Team AR. Curtis Hallstrom was on that episode. He couldn't decide what team he was on.
He's called a traitor, is what he is.
A traitor.
Yeah.
James Balzac, who may also be joining us on this episode. James may jump in on this episode too.
Yeah, he said he was going to make an appearance, which would be great.
Yeah, Factory 47. That's where you get the cool Talking Lead AK Korner swag, which we're going to be giving away some of this episode. Jeremy Gresham with IWI, the marketing director for IWI, was on that episode. So that was a really fun episode. Of course, we've got requests to do a repeat on that in season 4. So we'll probably get a couple of teams together and have a battle out with the AK versus AR. Trench art, episode 7, probably one of my favorite episodes this year. We talked about trench art. We had James on with that because James is he's heavy into collecting AKs, and he really is into the trench art type stuff. So we had him and Tony Haynes on, and of course Brian was joining us for that episode too, and we talked about trench art. Margo, what's your experience with the trench art and the AK being and I'll do our intros here for our guests in just a minute. With the trench.
Well, I mean, one thing that if somebody served in the military knows that if a soldier has too much free time on his hands, then some shit bound to happen. And one of this is, of course, some kind of scratching the shit on the name of your girl or some crazy quote or something or some numbers of your expected discharge date or something on the stock or on the handguard of your rifle.
Yeah.
And of course, this kind of crap is frowned upon, and to the point where you can get demerits and or whatever, kitchen duty or something else. But nevertheless, it did appear quite often.
Yeah.
Mainly in magazines, although magazines were not, they often lost, swapped, and people would describe their name on it or the girl's name or something like that, and then or the town they from, and but again, if you did something to deface your gun, then you would probably, if you found out, then and I can easily decipher if it's your hometown and shit written on it. You can't say, "Well, I didn't do it." It's some conscript before me happened to be from my hometown
and had your girl's name on there or something like that.
Oh yeah, like
trace it back.
Well, I mean, it was stupid to have a girl go into the military. To begin with, usually those guys were like laughing stock of the entire platoon or something. But in any case, your name or
so you never did scratch shit into your AK, huh?
Oh, absolutely not. No.
No,
I was a good son. Yeah.
So joining us.
Well, actually, believe it or not, my first weapon I was issued was an SVD rifle, and I would be like, even looking at it right now in retrospect, it would be ultimate blasphemy to deface something like that beautiful. But when I finally got the AK, it was already plastic, so you couldn't really scratch anything on it. And besides, being where we were in the like ultimate sandblasting box, your AKs would get like polished and shit after a while. So
they lose all their tactility.
Right,
so
that's one.
Jeff has joined us. Jeff, welcome in.
Hey, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, good.
Oh, cool. Yeah, sorry I'm late, but yeah, happy I was able to make it. Hopefully, I didn't miss too much.
No, we're just getting rolling. So what I'm doing is I'm just kind of rolling through our episodes this season, since this is the finale. Just kind of recapping the previous episodes that we did this year. And episode 7 was trench art, and we were just kind of busting Marco's chops there about if he had done any trench art during his time of service. What about in the American forces, Neil and Kirk? Does that kind of stuff happen in the U.S. military?
I've seen it on personal equipment, but not on rifles. That's a huge no-no, at least in the regular Army. Like I did when I invaded Iraq in 2003, every city I was in was on my Kevlar cover until we hit a normal fob, and they were like, "What the actual F are you doing with that on your head?" And I was like, "Nothing, Sergeant Major." And so that stopped real fast, and that translated to a chair that I had that on the arms. Every city that we would invade and I would get stationed in would get put there. But that was as far as I went, because as Marco said, demerits and KP and kitchen duty and all these kind of things are real things that I got stuck on a lot. Because I'll be honest, I'm a good field soldier. I'm terrible at everything else. So I got in trouble a lot because I had an attitude when I was a kid.
No.
Oh, it carries over a little bit.
I kind of think like the modern trench art though was like especially the early days of the war, like guys going crazy with Krylon and spray painting their rifles and stuff, trying to sneak little pictures and stuff that was in there. I think there was a famous picture of a helicopter that was desert painted that had a chick on the side, but yeah, I think that was kind of the most you could get away with without somebody like blood spurting out of their head like, what are you doing? Can't do that.
Can't get too grotesque with it.
Maybe can I interject?
Absolutely.
Just kind of add to what I was saying about the too much free time on the soldier's hand usually leads to something awful. Stupid, I would say, in the department of stupid. But in any case, there's like a Soviet tradition, and I don't know if it carried into Russian military. Probably did. Once you did a year of service into your 2-year mandatory service, you start to think about the being released from your service, right? That's called demobilized. Mm-hmm. And there's a certain things that you have to do to prepare for your release, discharge. And I found them extremely grotesque and stupid beyond, like, my every fiber in my body refused to do that shit. But nevertheless, some of the guys that, not necessarily in my unit, but like the unit we were attached to, would go all out. And the two things, and that's where I guess that artistic need is fulfilled, I guess. Mm-hmm. Not necessarily in ruining your equipment that you were issued, but more of like preparing your uniform that you're going to be discharged in, and then go home and literally look like a freaking peacock walking the streets of your hometown. All kinds of enhancements to your regular issue uniforms. to the point of like white piping around the lapels and big old freaking the parachute weaves, cords and stuff hanging like from a 19th century freaking Civil War generals uniforms, and apart from that, also the photo album. The album that you have, the kind of recording your service, and it had to be decorated by hand, and everybody had to. I mean, there were people who were not very artistic, so they'll find some young soldier who, in fact, had some kind of talent, and I would make him the album and stuff, and they had to be hand drawings, and it's like in the best traditions of stupid cartoons, multiplied by pinup girls. I mean, everything went in there. And it's all somehow related to the first day of service, how they, they were learning, they were greenhorns and stuff and learning the ropes, then going through
their maturation
1 year and then so on and so on, shaving your head the 100 days before you discharged and all that bullshit that I kind of did not participate in. And then it just so happens that I was sort of like a lucky in that regard because right in that period I was actually wounded and wind up spending the rest of it in the hospital and then going to wrestling for the military. But yeah, like I said, and Sonny is probably not familiar with that. Talking about some art projects that existed in the Soviet military in the way of DMB album.
So Sonny Puzikas has joined us now. Sonny, welcome in.
Right, that's what I was addressing, Sonny.
Can you guys hear me?
For this thing.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
You hear us good? Man, look at you, all professional. Look at that studio, man.
That's right.
Are you on the airwaves these days?
Yeah, I'm doing my own podcast from here, so this is my little podcast studio.
Awesome. Congratulations, man. I didn't know you were doing a podcast.
Yeah.
What's it called?
Gospel of Violence podcast.
Oh, excellent. Can't wait to check it out.
Yeah, it's kind of evil.
Hey, you know what, Marty? Give me 2 seconds. I've actually got some war art, and I'll go grab it and I'll bring it back and show it to you guys. It's kind of
excellent.
It seems to be like that's the flavor right now. So I'll go grab it. Give me 2 seconds.
Let's do that. So I haven't done intros yet. So our listeners are like, who the fuck is that talking? Who's talking? So we're talking trench art right now, Sonny. And Marco was kind of going through and giving us his take on his experience when he was in service. And apparently Jeff's got some, so he went and got some. So talk about your experience with trench art when during your time of service.
My what?
Trench art?
Hold on a second. That broke down a little bit here.
A trench art, like a art that soldiers do.
You know, like carvings in their weapons.
That. Yeah, it's
like that.
Well, it's generally it's very simple. At least for in our unit, it was all about, at certain point you start after what we used to refer to as prikaz, when the order from the Minister of Defense comes out about every 6 months about recruitment of new soldiers, and then you one step closer to what we refer to as dembil, which is retirement, and that's when you start getting 12 months, 6 months away from your retirement.
Short time
of your regular service. That's when people start writing down the carving in the dates, and people that were deployed, a lot of times they carved in on if they had wooden stock or their shovel or whatnot, they would carve in certain locations and sometimes even events, but for the most part it was dates, names, sometimes locations.
Cool. So Jeff's back with us now. What do you got there, Jeff?
So we had a bunch of like old Soviet tanks and BMPs and stuff that we'd use as targets we'd shoot at out on the range. And so we started sending some of the guys that were out there. So I worked a lot with Afghan commandos with the programs and stuff for all the time that I was over there. So so if anybody of you've seen the Ready Man logo, it's the skull that's from the New Defiom skull that's from Special Forces, and then I replaced one of the arrows with a tomahawk, and then instead of a dagger going through the skull was a Bowie knife, because I like Bowie knives and I like tomahawks. So anyway, so this is one of the buoys that we made, you know, and I don't know how good the steel is, but it's pretty cool. You know, it's got brass on either side. So that's
in the field.
Yeah, we made that. We had a, you know, kind of a, as the program progressed, it got more sophisticated. So it was a little bit, you know, we had tools and stuff. Like this is another one that I designed and the guys made for me. So this is made out of a BMP, side of a BMP. And then this is actually a bayonet that was off an AK. I believe this was an AK 74 or an SKS. Replaced the handle. These are copper on either side, so you know it's pretty cool. Still had the sheath of it. And then kind of the thing that really kind of became the tradition was we started doing tomahawks. And so as guys came and left, you know, as at that place, then we would, and there's the maker's mark of the guy that was making them. And so we would, as guys did good jobs and stuff as they were leaving or whatnot, they got a tomahawk as kind of a piece of appreciation that was there. So the first tomahawk actually went to a guy, his name is Keith Butler. Some of the listeners may know who Keith was. He was a SF guy. He got killed on an assault one night, but actually his tomahawk, I don't even know if his family knows the story, but his tomahawk was part of a barrel. I don't have it, obviously. Was part of a barrel out of a T-55, and you could still see the riflings on one side where the guys had heated it up, flattened it, and then, you know, probably went through 15 grinder wheels, grinding it down and then reheat treating it and, you know, and whatnot. So yeah, we had some pretty cool stuff that we did.
Forged in Fire.
Yeah, exactly. Our version of Forged in Fire. And guys would do other stuff too. We had a data sheet that we would do art with. Data sheet is a really thin explosive that we use for breaching doors and whatnot. And so what we do is we get the data sheet. We get these plates of brass or zinc. They're, you know, like a foot by foot. And then you'd cut out the data sheet and you'd lay that on there, and then you'd set it off, and it would push in, and you would have the outline of whatever it was that you were making, like a skull or, you know, whatever it was. It turned out really cool. It breaks my heart. I gave mine away thinking, oh, I'll get another one of these. And of course I never got another one of them, but yeah, so there was some cool stuff that guys did. You know, the tomahawks were definitely were one of my favorites, you know, along with the Bowie knives and stuff.
That's awesome. So for you lead heads that aren't on the video and you're listening on your iTunes or Spotify, you need to go watch this video because we've got some great images for the video. Jeff's holding up the tomahawk there.
Damn.
And you get to see Sonny's beautiful bald head.
Thank you.
Well, he's also got
you're a good company, Sonny.
Jeff.
Yeah.
How you doing? Long time no see, brother.
You too, man. How you been?
So I guess now would be a good time to do
in a couple of weeks, so I'll see you there.
Salt Lake.
Awesome.
Yeah.
This would be a good time to do the intro for our listeners, so they'll know who we're talking to. The voice you just heard was Sonny Puzikas. Sonny, it's been a long time since you've been on. It's been about 5 or 6 years at least.
It's been a while, yeah. Yeah.
We tried to get you on, you know, this, that, and the other thing popped up, you know, your movie stardom and all that, you know, you're a big Hollywood.
I'm trying to play untouchable. I'm trying to play hard to reach, hard to get, you know.
That's you. And apparently you're starting a podcast now too, competing with me. Perfect.
No, I'm not competing with you, man. I'm not talking about any gear. I'm not talking about anything else. This is just strictly about strictly how to kick ass. That's
I
it.
love that. I love that. So the master of kicking ass, Sonny Puzikas, joining us, ladies and gentlemen. Former Soviet soldier as well, like Marco. Marco Vorobiev, been on. Was this like your third or fourth time joining us, right, Marco?
Yep, a few times. Yeah.
Yeah, Marco's been on a few times. Great to have you back, Marco. Thanks for joining us. Jeff
Nice.
Kirkahm, I think this is your third or fourth time as well. So you're competing with Marco there.
Yeah. Yep.
And I got to do yours one time. I went up to Salt Lake, and I guess we did Student in the Gun. That's what it was.
Yeah. No, you sneaked out. You were on Ready Man as well. We did like 3 in a row or something that time.
I don't know, man. We were nonstop. We were on a roll. It was fun.
We were pretty lit by the time we finished too. So
I think we're going to be that way tonight too. Sonny, did you bring your drink?
Oh, do you really want to see if I bring a drink?
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
All right.
Hold on.
Here I
So,
go. I gotta go get it.
let's start with a couple of things right here.
Oh, here we go. Nice.
But the best stuff is yet to come. See.
We're getting a tour of Sonny's bar. Oh, look at all that.
Yeah, a few bottles here. Tsarskaya Selo. Marco is probably going, oh, I recognize that.
You got to break out the good shit for the season finale.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, there, I have a shot glass, and I think I'm going to have some, in American fashion, I'm going to have some bourbon tonight.
Oh, bless your heart. That's what I'm having. I'm having a little Crown tonight. I upgraded from my Jack.
4 Roses.
I just polished that off last week.
Yeah.
Well, I'm a novice drinker at best, and it was Sonny who introduced me to Beluga vodka. He came to Moscow, Idaho, and visited us with his lovely family. And it was Jeff Kirkahm that introduced me to Basil Hayden, which is just an amazing. Both of them are amazing beverages. Yeah, that has become our standard gift around here is Basil Hayden, and yeah, Beluga is a little hard to come by around here. I don't know how Sonny smuggles it all into the country, but we thank him for it.
I don't really smuggle, actually. Just past weekend, I was teaching a class here, and I got 2 bottles as a gift from students. So
Nice.
I don't even need to buy it anymore.
When you're Sonny, you get shit, It just
let's not start going with Russia jokes, okay?
That voice was Brian Keeney, my consummate co-host. Welcome in, Brian.
So
Glad to have you back.
stoked.
We missed you last episode.
Yeah, that was a bummer, but I'm super stoked to be here for this one. This is a real all-star cast, and there's a commonality that I just realized that Neil, Jeff, and Sonny were all some of my earliest supporters over at Occam, and really all of them shaped the development of what I do in one way or another. And so it's really fun to have everybody together, and also to be getting to meet Marco for the first time. And so really excited for this episode. And our last guest, if you don't mind me introducing here, is Neil Vermillion, the combat accountant. And Neil, right when I was getting going, like first couple months that I was advertising the pre-orders for the Merc handguard, Neil contacted me out of the blue and asked if we'd sponsor him as a competition shooter, and thought the rail was interesting. And so we got him dialed in, and he got to know a little bit more about him. And he's one of these very unique individuals living out, well, if I could live another life, I think it would be Neil's. He was regular Army for a while, and I'm going to mess this up a little bit, but didn't have enough fun there. And so he came back and fought with the Peshmerga, who are some pretty awesome people, against some really bad people. And so he's one of the few Americans, or there's a bunch, but not by percentage, one of the very few, along with Jeff, who have carried an AK downrange, whacking bad guys. And so it's a really nicely balanced crowd here, and looking forward to hearing from Neil's experiences. He's also an accountant and a very accomplished competition shooter. And so we talk performance a lot, and very rarely about his prior history. So I'm going to be learning along with the rest of the audience here about his adventures.
Neil, welcome in, buddy.
No, thanks for having me. I'm looking forward to this. I'm not partaking in the whiskey this evening. I'm getting over a cold, so I've got my green tea. But if you guys want to get another good suggestion, Nika coffee grain is fantastic. So I would add that to my list.
What's it called?
Nika coffee grain.
And that's a whiskey?
Mm-hmm. It's a Japanese. Nika's the company. Coffee grain is the subset. It's kind of hard to come by.
Is it a sake or a whiskey or what's the?
It's a whiskey. Hold on. I'll show and tell time. Hold on.
Show and tell.
There you go.
So as he goes and grabs that, Marco came back with a bottle of something. What did you have there, Marco?
That's a Belvini Scotch whiskey.
Ooh.
All righty then.
I don't know if you can you see it?
There. Yeah, there. Back up a little bit.
Unblur your background.
There it is. Oh, it's coming. Single malt Scotch. There it is.
Nice. That looks tasty. Haven't had that
Yeah.
before.
You gotta have a special glass to drink it in, like this.
Ah.
This sounds like it's going to be one lit evening.
We're just getting started. I love it. I love it when a plan comes together. So Neil's back with his Japanese, what is it? Coffee?
So Nika, N-I-K-K-A.
Okay.
If that's coming across.
Yeah, it is.
But this has become my go-to. I buy this stuff by the case now. It's not cheap, but it's worth it.
Well, you're an accountant, you know.
I am. And I upgraded from Jameson Black. That was my go-to.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Excellent.
That's a bold statement.
And Marco, would you mind holding up that flask again? That was a thing of beauty.
Don't they call it a flute? Is that? Oh, it's flask. I didn't see his flask. Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's a motherland flask.
Margo, there's a setting where you can unblur your background.
I don't, I'm still in the balloons, by the way.
Yes, you are hiding in the balloons.
Is everybody in the balloons? Are you in the balloons, Sonny?
Yeah, I'm somewhere. I'm right next to Marco and above Jeff in the balloons.
Okay. You can change that if you go up to the view. You can change that. There it is. Perfect. Yeah, now that's great. See it perfect now. That's awesome. So guys, as you can tell, this is going to be a great show. I was just at episode, so I'm doing a recap of our season here of the AK Korner. Episode 7 was the trench art, which we chased squirrels, and we chased that squirrel. Agitprop was the next episode, Brian, that we did with
Oleg Atbashian, who was a propagandist in the propaganda artist in the Soviet Union, and then got fired by the local commissar because the commissar did not like his art and said he wasn't an artist, so he wasn't anymore, and he eventually escaped over here. And I'm here to tell you, he is one hell of a great artist, makes some really beautiful stuff. He also does all of our agitprop. The Defend the Homeland series is all him, and he repurposes old commie art for all kinds of different things. But he has a website called the People's Cube, and he is one of the most rabid lovers of liberty in America that I've run into. And one of the crazy stories about him is he was told kind of by the commies to get out because of his protest stuff in the Soviet Union. But when he got here, he had never been arrested or disappeared in the Soviet Union. He's been arrested once or twice for Hillary for Prison street art in the United States. And so he's hardcore, and we love him. So that was a great episode. And thepeoplescube.com is also worth checking out. He's got a couple books as well that are neat.
Also had Bandito Bill on that episode. Bill is from China, and he gave us his perception or perspective of agitprop China. Of course, he was really young when he was there, but really good episode with Bandito and Oleg. And of course, Brian had his crew on, which they didn't talk a whole lot during that episode. I think there was education.
We whipped them appropriately. Yeah.
Yeah, you
no,
gotta
but they had a hell of a good time though.
train well. In episode 9, another one of my favorite episodes, we had the character Niels Gravelius on, and we talked about the Finnish Valmet. And if you guys haven't heard that episode yet, listen to that episode, you got to go and check out the Niels episode. Niels is fantastic. And I was debating whether to get him on this one or not, because I think he would just take control of the show. But Niels is awesome. So go back, check out episode 9. That was the Finnish Valmet. And Brian was on co-hosting with me on that one. And then 10, we did the AK-74. We get back to the AKs. And Professor Paul Markle joined us on that episode. Eric from IV8888 was on that episode. John Holton and Bandito Bill, again, joined us on that episode because he wanted to talk AKs, and we didn't talk AKs on the Agitprop episode.
That was a good episode.
It really was. And then episode 11, the one prior to this, we talked competition shooting with the AK. A little more detailed than we did in episode 3, where we had Jeremy Gresham, we had Kyle Litzy, James Leffler, Ken Allen of Ken Allen Training, Adam Litke, and Matt Kitzmiller, which Neil's got a connection with most of these guys with his competition shooting background. He knows a lot of these guys, and I think they actually mentioned you during our talks there to get you on the show. So I'm glad we made the connection and got you on finally, Neil. So I kind of wanted, which leads us to this episode, the finale, which I wanted to go from competition to the combat aspect of the AK-47. And I thought, what a better way than to get former Soviet soldiers, former American soldiers, and talk about both sides of the AK in combat. And I don't think we could have assembled a better group of individuals, Brian.
Dream team.
And I did it just for you, Brian.
I appreciate that. This is shaping up to be my favorite episode of all time already.
This is my Christmas gift to you.
Well, it landed. Along with Marty sent me a very nice care package the other day. So it's been Christmas twice for Marty this week.
Yeah. So I sent Brian a book from Stephen Hunter, who, if you guys have ever seen the movie Shooter, he writes that series of books. And he's got one coming out in January. And we're going to have Stephen Hunter on the week prior to SHOT Show.
Awesome.
And you got to get that book read before then, Brian. So.
Oh, that's easy. I've been chewing through his books. I don't know how I didn't know about him, but he is an awesome writer. And I loved the movie Shooter, but it's not a pimple on the ass of his books. He actually clearly knows shooting and long distance shooting. And so, when you read a thriller novel, which I love that genre, but half the time the guys don't know anything about the guns. And it really, it's an off note when you hear about a clip, or which that isn't even the worst of it. Like, they'll invent stuff about guns that isn't real, and that really takes you out of it. But with Hunter, you actually start learning and researching stuff he's talking about. So really entertaining reads, but also technically, as far as I know, pretty accurate.
Yep. There you go. So that's coming in January. So with our assembled group here, and Brian prefaced this earlier, Brian and I are not military, serve. So I kind of want to leave it up to you guys on how we maybe dip our toes into this and go about talking about the AKs in combat. Who would like to maybe start off with their experience or their experiences? And Sonny just spilled his shot. Way to go, Sonny.
Did.
Where'd you go? I saw some fly
I'm
up.
ready to go to combat now.
The party fouls are already beginning.
I know. It starts early, and we still have 3 hours to go, and there's already smell of alcohol in my studio.
At the risk of steering things, this might kick the conversation off. Jeff, you've told me a bunch of useful stories about your time downrange, but one of them has to do with, I asked you once if you were ever, if counting rounds and knowing when your mag was empty was a real thing. You mind speaking about that a little bit?
Yeah, I mean that's it. I mean that's not really an AK thing. That's a oh crap, I'm shooting back at somebody thing. But it was, I joined the mill back in the '80s, and then came up through there. And one of the schools of thought was like count your rounds, so you could, so you'd know how many rounds you'd shot, so you knew whether you needed to change your magazine or something. And then after being at least the world according to Jeff, right? So for what it's worth, maybe a cup of coffee, maybe the tip for the cup of coffee, but I found, and we all found, that we literally after a few years of running assaults where it was literally the SOP was if you fired one round, as soon as there was a lull in the fight, you did a tactical reload, because you just never knew how many rounds. And I would come back from assaults at night, and I'd pull out all my magazines that were partially spent, and I'd go, usually it was like, between 1 and 3, right? Because we weren't getting in big, hairy, full-fledged battles and stuff like that. But and I'd pull out a magazine, and I go, okay, I shot 3 rounds, and then I'd start reloading it. Well, the magazine holds 30 rounds, right? And I'd start reloading it. I was never even close on how many. Even when I thought I'd shot like 2 or 3 rounds, it'd be like 5, 6, 7. And it's like, oh wow, okay, this is a new revelation about stress inoculation, auditory exclusion underneath in combat or high stress critical situations. And so it was, that's not AK centric, so to speak, but because that carries across all the disciplines. It doesn't matter if you're shooting a pistol, a rifle, a shotgun. I would argue unless you're shooting a double-barreled shotgun, well, then you probably got it. But outside of that, you're probably going to lose count, because the sympathetic response is pushing you to focus on the threat, not do that higher thought process that takes place of trying to count when you do it. And there's actually some pretty cool games that you can do that will prove it to you if you're a doubting Thomas. But yeah, so I think did I answer your question?
Perfectly,
Well,
thank you.
Can I kick in
Yeah.
here?
Yeah.
So we were taught to use. Obviously, there was 2 types of ammunition that everyone carried, and there would be regular ball rounds and the tracers. And usually, how you load your magazine is that you alternate them. The ball, tracer. It could have been every 6th round or every 8th round, but the last 3 rounds, or the first ones to go in the magazine, were 3 tracers. And so when you see those 3 tracers going out, so you're empty. So you would swap the magazine then. So that was kind of a standard operating procedure.
And for us, we had stopped using tracers because tracers work both ways, and we had NVGs and lasers. So being able to see where our rounds were going, we already knew. So we weren't giving up the SA to the enemy on those fights. And so the tracers, are they still used? Absolutely, they are. But in the units that I was in, we didn't use tracers at all. I mean,
well, we often use tracers also to guide the air support in the right direction as well.
And we would use lasers for that.
Yeah.
Well, I guess
let's do this. I was going to say, let's do this. Let's go around the table and everybody talk about your time, the time that you served. So that'll help people put perspective, or actually your perspective. They'll get a better idea of your perspective. So we'll start with Marco.
85 through 87.
Jeff.
I was started in 2002, and then my last deployment was 15.
Okay. Sonny.
Late 80s, early 90s.
Neil.
03 to 09.
So we got a pretty good gap in services here. So it's probably going to be interesting to hear the different operating procedures and whatnot.
Well, and in Marco's case, with being in an earlier time period, the different gentlemen here also had vastly different levels of logistical support and materiel. And so Marco and Sonny to a certain degree, that really represents a more austere operating environment that in a grid down or, different situations that civilians might encounter in hard times is very relevant. And
absolutely. Yeah, without a doubt. I mean, I'll be the first to admit we were spoiled. I mean, we had, NVGs and lasers and, and gunships that we could crawl in. And so, I mean, we had the luxury of saying, well, we don't need tracers. So we stopped using them. Yeah, absolutely. So, I mean, there's, it's like where's the truth at? Well, it depends on what you got.
Well, but also there's a lot of civilians with night vision now. Like, the price on that stuff has come way down, and the Russian-made lasers that are able to be gotten on eBay and elsewhere are extremely good, like crazy good.
Yeah.
And they're only $450. And so night vision is starting to be, it's not cheap, but it is attainable for a lot of civilians now. So I think most of these experiences are going to be valid in one way or another for the listeners here.
It's just like anything, right? So I'm sure the military is using technology right now that will be made available commercially probably in 5 to 7 years from now. The military, and I always say that in my books and everything, it's sort of like the development of arms and kind of given the advantage to a certain, let's say, a principality or a country. It's kind of driven the geopolitical picture in the world is, who's got the better gun, so to speak. And in kind of as a result, it was also kind of moving the progress. So obviously, that 20 years of constant development and betterment of equipment and military equipment is obviously, right there, right in front of us. And I can tell you, I mean, God, we had the drones, those just Brookstone buy in the mall type of freaking drones. That would have been so awesome when I was in service, you know what I mean? Or we had our night vision. Yes, it was heavy, it was bulky, but we did have the night vision. And to a certain degree, there would be a limited laser usage, not necessarily by us, the grounds on the ground, but some maybe the planes or what have you. But like I said, I mean, the progress doesn't stand still; it keeps on evolving. And what to see the average operator right now, the equipment that they carry, the type of equipment available to them, mind blowing. It's sort of like if I had that, oh my God! I mean, yeah. But we had to do with what we had, and I think we did well with what we had at the time. And but like you said, now is different compared to
I'm
30
curious,
years ago.
Sonny and Marco, have you guys met before?
No, we haven't.
Oh, okay.
We met briefly at the SHOT Show.
At the SHOT Show, but that's not really a meeting. Meeting in Russia is you sit down, you get drunk a couple times, then you've met.
That's
That SHOT Show? I thought that was SHOT Show.
Well, I
Although
don't
that's
think we had a chance to get drunk, so no, we haven't met.
probably.
We can do that. We can do that at the upcoming SHOT Show then, definitely. Are you guys
Do
planning
that. That would be a good one. Are you going to have an episode at the SHOT Show?
I very well may. I'm looking at some options right now, so I haven't nailed anybody down yet. But yeah, we did one last year though. We did an episode. That was a really good episode. Jim was on with I don't know. We had the guy from PSA. We had John Holton. It was a really good episode. So yeah, I definitely will do one at SHOT Show if they have it. So Neil, a little bit from you. You're kind of quiet. So
Yeah, I'm just
you're
hanging
more
out.
modern. You've been in the more modern military. Marco was talking about drones a little bit.
So,
What's your experience?
So I can actually connect both of those stories that we were just talking about in a personal anecdote. So when I was in the big army, back in 2003, just as Marco was saying, I would do my last 6 rounds as tracers, my middle 12 and 13 as tracers. So I know, okay, there's half my mag, there's the end of my mag. reload time because that was kind of how you were taught. It was supposed to be, every third round.
Kind of a
Yeah.
cheat sheet, yeah.
But when I was with the Peshmerga, it was a whole different story because our supply chain is non-existent. I would have to get ammo. Like we'd roll over to Syria to go buy arms to bring into Iraq to fight ISIS north of Mosul. And as Jeff was saying about counting rounds, so we would, you'd get into a gunfight and you'd think you'd count rounds. Well, you strip the mag, put a new one in, and if you go through 2 and there's a lull, we would consolidate mags because we didn't have enough to resupply to a truck. So like you had your 6 mags on you, a spam cam for the 4 guys on your team, and that was it. No air support, no nothing. So it's, every round would actually have to count. So you'd have to consolidate all your mags on your person because last thing you want to do when you re-index is pull your 15 rounder out and you're like, oh shit, I need a 30 rounder right now. And that was, and that's in 2016. So that was a 10-year, well, how many year gap was that? That's, 6 years, 7 years since the last time I was in Iraq. And my combat experience actually went from being technologically advanced to being technologically inferior and shooting down drones with PKMs and RPDs because if they get low enough, you're just sitting there. And just like you see on those little newsreel clips, dudes with their feet up on the PKM just trying to shoot down airplanes. That's how our guys would try to shoot down drones.
Wow.
Sonny, what about you?
Well, I will attest to that as far as the counting rounds. You can count rounds on the shooting range. You can count rounds when you don't have this one little bugging question, am I going to fucking die? Under stress, under duress, if you counting rounds, I would say that you're not doing much else. In the fight, there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. You got to move, you got to maneuver, you got to understand the situation, you got to try to communicate, you got to try to understand other people's communications. And we did use tracers. Generally, it was more similar to what the last gentleman mentioned. We would put a couple tracers, middle magazine, and then the last 5 rounds would be tracers. I know some units, they were putting every 5-6 rounds. For us specifically, it was middle magazine and the bottom. As far as technology, someone mentioned that, a lot of civilians now, they have NOGs, they have access to all these great toys. But just because you have a guitar doesn't make you a musician. A lot of dudes have...
I wish Jim was on here right now.
Is that... Yeah. Well, Jim has a guitar and he is a musician. So
He's good.
There is that.
Yeah.
But no, man, it's all right. My battery here is trying to tell me that it's slow, but I'm gonna connect it here shortly after I finish what I
Plug it in. Yeah.
I'll plug it in. No, it's a lot of things go out the window when really shit hits the fan. When full stress of everything comes in, a lot of other things that seem important and people like to talk about in social media, they simply will not be present. They will not be present. So as far as counting rounds, I will attest to that if someone in training tells you to do that and try to keep up, it's kind of wasted exercise because in reality, you will not be there.
Good point. Plug your thing in before you forget, because we don't want to lose you.
I will plug it in right now.
Get that juice going. It's like he's got an altar over there. I don't know. Does that look like an altar to you guys over there? He's over his left shoulder. Is that an altar?
Yeah, I have some icons. I have some crosses. I just came back from church. That's why I was late. And it's a Russian Orthodox church here in East Texas. So yeah.
That's okay. We can forgive that. It just looks like you might have been burning some incense and getting in the mood,
Well, yeah.
Bath salts.
It's a new age shit, man. Come on.
So I attended an Orthodox church for a while, and it was in a shopping mall, which was great because I have a feeling that if Jesus were walking around today, he'd be preaching out of a shopping mall, not a mega church or something like that. And
So
I think so. And one
He'd
one
be
of
on.
the we have these it had really low ceilings, and a big part of the Orthodox service is incense, and it's in this kind of a ball and like a mace, like a ball and chain kind of thing, and it gets swung, and it's a kid's job, like an altar boy's job, to keep that thing fed the right amount. And we had a little bit of a pyro in our church, and he would put in, there's these little bricks of incense that go with a piece of charcoal in there to keep it kicking. And I started getting allergic to the incense. And it turns out, I did a little research on it, that all of the sage family, salvia, is mildly psychedelic. And so it's like Salvia divinorum, which is a kind of a street drug here. It's basically a psychedelic. And yeah, so the Russians know how to get down in church is what I'm trying to say.
Speaking of psychedelics, Neil is an accountant for a pot company. Did I say that right?
I mean, yeah. So I'm an accountant that specializes in the cannabis industry. So our company touches everything from seed to sale, as well as packaging, marketing. Like we don't do the marketing, but for companies that are in the spaces that touch those kind of products. And
yeah, I thought that was fascinating. Yeah. Pot's legal in Arizona.
Yep.
So it's in Michigan too.
Not in Tennessee yet.
I mean, we've got more dispensaries. I go on the run for a 3-mile run. I count 12 of them.
Thanks, Sonny. Way to get us on the drug.
Hey, don't blame it on me, man.
you and your shrine over there. So I want to go and talk about. So everybody's got like a little different era that they served. I think that's kind of cool. And being the AK Korner, I guess Marco would be the more senior that's here. What version of the AK were you guys using when you were in service, Marco?
All right, so let's start from the beginning, so to speak. When you get introduced to in the Soviet school now, back in the 80s, they had the beginners military preparation course in 9th and 10th grade, the junior and senior year in school, and you obviously get this. Every school had a freaking armory in it where they kept,
It's true.
And there were a bunch of live guns like the 22 competition guns, and most of the schools had a shooting range in the basement.
That's amazing.
But amongst the guns in that armory, there were a bunch of AKMs, obviously, or AK-47s, the old demilled guns. So you get introduced into the AK-47/AKM type of environment early on, and then you go.
So like 9th grade?
Starting in 9th grade, yeah.
Wow. And
then you graduate, and after 10th grade, and as a part of the course, they take you on field exercise, where you actually got to dig a foxhole, do the quick advance, dismount off a truck and all that stuff, carrying these demilled freaking guns and the gas mask. And I remember I was in.
Is this your PE course?
It's a military beginners preparation course. Because majority of the boys had to go and serve, right? They would get drafted. So it was a school class, like your 6th hour or some shit. And they taught you how to march in formation, how to respond to commands and all that stuff. And then not as a final sort of exam, but it's like something that you're going to pass this course with. You have to do the field exercise, and you have to go to a local army range and actually fire a gun. And so, needless to say, every 16-year-old punk graduating from a Soviet school already fired a machine gun. So, and the boys was mandatory, girls voluntary, and almost all the girls volunteered. So
that says a lot.
Yeah. So going into basic training when I first got drafted, and I remember when I was first in going into the training center in Kirkahm, and we kind of were waiting to get in, and all of a sudden there was like a company-sized unit walking in from field exercise or something, and here we are, we're still in our civilian clothes and stuff, or what's left of it, after a long trip on the train and, you know, major drinkage going on. And so this unit was going in, and they were shouldering these guns that looked AK, but they looked totally weird to me. I mean, they had kind of like a lightness around them, and then they had the biggest thing mounted on a muzzle device. Little that I knew, that was the AK-74, and that was about the time when the rearmament of the Soviet military was going on in full swing. So that's how I first time saw the AK-74, and it's kind of, when you see it for the first time, it's hard not to fall in love with it right away. You know what I mean? It's kind of like here's a little portly AKM, and then here's this graceful AK-74 in a way. And then having shot the AKM and experienced a single shot and a full auto shot and recoils and stuff. And I remember going to the first.
Stop 1 second. I hate to cut you off there. We're getting feedback from somebody. Jeff, maybe turn yours down a little bit, because Sonny's on a mic. Just a little bit. Okay, go, Marco. Sorry.
So going to a range for the first time and
Neil, turn yours.
And I shooting the AK-74 was like, it wasn't even what's the word I'm looking for? It was so easy because there was no recoil. It was easy to hit the targets, and maybe this is the reason why I scored. You know, first of all, it was 3 single shots. It was like 27, which was a high score at the time. And then I laid, with the 6 live rounds, I laid 3 targets down with the 2-round bursts. And I was selected to go and try out on the SVD rifle after that. So our captain, a training company commander, pulled me aside, and me and the 3 other guys were going to look at for the first time, look through the scope, PSO scope. But anyway, so that was kind of like the AK-74 introduction to me. And then after 10 months in service, I transferred to an assaulter group from Fire Sport Group, and was issued the AKS-74 with the triangular stock, you know, and that became my go-to gun. Well, my gun, period. And I loved it ever since. And if you ask me right now, 7.62 or 5.05, I tell you, you know, the 5.05 is the greatest cartridge devised by a human race.
Interesting.
So, they call it master race for no reason, you know.
But anyway, yeah. So that was my kind of experiences with the AKM and AK-74, and of course, you know, that kind of
SVD, yeah.
That kind of like it's a first love. You remember it forever for the rest of your life, so to speak, and that's kind of where I'm at.
What about you, Sonny? Playing off what Marco just did.
Well, actually, I have to ask Marco. So, Marco, you from Fergana area?
No, that's where Uchevka was.
Poнял. So anyway, I was just wondering because I spent some time in Fergana area years later after Marco's service. But anyway, yeah, very similar. In school, we were introduced through DOSAF organization, which is a volunteer organization to support Army, Navy, and Air Force. It's kind of like a Boy Scouts on steroids and heroin at the same time. Yeah, we were introduced to AKMs. So 7.62 by 39. In my city where I grew up, there was a airborne division stationed. So that's where they took us for a lot of exercises and things. And some of the boys got involved more actively with orienteering and some other more, I guess, military applicable sports and activities. And You know, I could skip the biology class instead of learning how freaking flowers multiply. I could go to airborne base and do some fun stuff. That was no brainer. I got introduced to AKS 74 before the military through some different activities that we don't need to mention. And when I went to military, basically from the very get-go, from our training company for the first 2 months, that's what we had in our armory, was pretty much exclusively AKS 74s. So that was my experience with the early service. After that, we had a little bit more of a selection of things, plus our company, because we were attached to some units from just outside of Moscow with different organizations, not just Ministry of Internal Affairs. We were involved with testing some of the newer weapons. So I'm happy to report that I was in the early testing stages of venerable VSS Inventors.
Sweet.
Which, yeah, I would love to have one of those units, but
That's Marco.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to hear after this how Marco got his hands on one of those, because for those listening, well, we'll get into it, but we need to hear about that later.
No doubt. So, did you have any experience with the 7.62 by 3.9, or are you a hardcore 74 fan, Sonny?
74 would be my preference. Now, that being said, 7.62-39 has, in some deployments, some of our boys and sometimes myself, we did carry 7.62 by 39, and that really depended on environments we were going into and what was going on.
Sure.
So we did have somewhat of a choice with that, but if I were to pick one for me, if I only had to pick one, which would be travesty to begin with, it would be 5.45.
Can I chime in on about 74s and the units? I mean,
Yeah.
we had
And I want everybody to feel free to chime in anytime they want to. So
I mean, we had we had 3 subgroups. Let's call them this subgroups, and each subgroup had 2 AKMSs, you know, the underfolders and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason for that is because you can't suppress 5.45, but there was PBS1 available with ammunition, special ammunition that could go silent or could go suppressed, and we often had to use that. And they were designated guys that carried those AKMSs.
For those listening, the PBS1 is the Dead Air Wolverine is kind of a direct copy of the PBS1. So
it's
really,
not. It's not.
Oh, I stand corrected.
It works, but
In the way it
really
looks,
great.
yes. In the way it works, no.
Mhm.
Right. The way it looks and the way it performs is great and perfect, and I have like 4 of them. And but it doesn't have the Viper. The Soviet one came with the rubberized, like thick neoprene like a material washers that you would install to retain the gases necessary to operate full auto capability of the gun.
Got it. Thank you for that.
let's jump to our Americans now, and we'll start with the most senior, Jeff. And Jeff's been, like I said, Jeff's been on the podcast before, and we did a couple episodes with him. And the first one, he did a great background and his experience, but just high level, kind of talk about your experience with the AK, Jeff, because they can go back and listen to the other ones.
Yeah, I mean, just real high level, like, you know, I was like any other guy. I grew up like, you know, we're gonna fight the Russians and the Fulda Gap and all of this other stuff, and you know, and I heard all the stuff about AKs and how the M16 was superior, blah blah blah, and then I actually ended up getting selected, not because I was anything special. I got hayed essentially to test AKs, and because at the time the war had just kicked off in Afghanistan. They were looking for ways that they could do battlefield recovery. They were looking for a M16-esque AR, whatever you want to call it, version that would shoot a 7.62 The rifle they were using was garbage. And the colonel that was signing the checks said, why don't we just use AKs? And of course, all of the standard myths came out. You know, they're not accurate, and the ergonomics are stink, and blah blah blah. And so the colonel said, okay, show me some data that supports that. SOCOM looked everywhere, high and low, could not find any empirical data that supported that. And so the colonel said, essentially, I'm not writing one more check until you show me some data that says what we're buying, what we're designing and buying is better than an AK. So here I step in, I got HeyU'd, and we tested it, and I went into it totally biased, didn't think the AK was going to do a good job. By the end of the second day, it was me, I was Master Sergeant E8, and it was me and a Ranger from Ranger Battalion. And by the end of the second day, every single round was being counted as to where it was going and what we were doing and at the ranges and what was blah, blah, blah. And by the end of the second day, the Ranger and I looked at each other and was like, this is a good rifle. This is like a really good rifle. This is way better than we had gone into it thinking. It was far more accurate than we'd been led to believe. We stopped shooting at near-end targets. And then there was a whole nother cycle where we're using it for CQB, and they were just stock AKs. Rails for AKs didn't apply. It didn't exist at that time. And so we kind of figured out the safety for the American method of putting it on safe in between shooting sets and whatnot. And we came out of it and we were like, this is a fantastic rifle. Yeah, there's no reason to buy this other rifle. It was the SR-47 at that time. And so, like, I'm literally the guy that killed that program because I wrote up this big report that said there's no reason we shouldn't use AKs. These are fantastic rifles. And then it's kind of started my love affair with AKs. And then I went into the counter-terrorist unit where I used an AK for the 13 years that I was over there. I had my choice of pretty much anything I wanted to carry. I mean, I had a beautiful Stoner M4 that I could have carried that was probably a $5,000 or $10,000 rifle. I shot it once, put it in my thing, and carried an AK the rest of the time because and it was like the more I carried it, the more I really looked at it and said, oh my gosh, the guys, I think I call it Team Kalashnikov, because it certainly wasn't just one guy, but the team of individuals. I was like, these guys nailed it. They really did for what they were trying to do. And that was essentially, and I've shot, 47s, and I've shot pretty much every caliber of AK that's out there, from 22 to 12 gauge and 8mm Mauser and everything in between. And it's a fantastic rifle system that, it just friggin' works. And so, people like to argue, it's less accurate, and I'm like, well, give me your AR and I'll shoot crap surplus ammo from some third world country, and let's see what your groups look like. And then when I've shot it really well, shot great groups with AKs, I was told that I was overshooting the rifle, which I'm not sure how my
That was impossible.
I'm not sure how I can make a mechanical thing work better, but thank you for the compliment. It's a great rifle. I think it's underrated. I love the 7.62 39. If you look at the history of that, and the might of the Soviet Union at that time was behind two things: the AK and nukes. And they were doing everything they could to develop it. They developed the bullet first, and then they developed the rifle around the bullet. So it's not hapstance or accident that thing was put together the way it was. And then I shot the AK-74. We had a variety of those. We had Polish AK-74s that would shoot 3-round burst, full auto and semi, and it was a dream to shoot. I will say the AK-74, if you're doing CQB, it's fantastic rifle, or a fantastic round. If you need to smash through a vehicle or something, it's not so good, because what makes it so lethal, the Afghans called it the poison bullet, but what made it so lethal made it not so good through smashing through like cinder block or something. But the 7.6239 was really good for that. I don't know, so I'm pontificating. I think I answered your question though, Marty.
Well, no,
Ju-
if
just
I
to
can jump in on, sorry, Marco, real quick, the application to civilians with what Jeff just said is huge. So if you're in a high density neighborhood, 7.6239 might not be the best round. You know, it's great to punch through a car. Everybody loves doing that. But that also means that it'll go through, you know, 5 residential walls. And the
Well-
74 it over penetrates a lot less, as I understand it. Sorry, Marco, please continue.
No, I was just going to add to what Jeff was saying about the accuracy of the gun, and it's 99 out of 100 times it's the guy behind the trigger that's responsible for accuracy.
Amen.
And
Amen.
However, just an anecdotal story. Back in 2001, me, Mark Krebs, and David Fortier went to Russia, and we were on our way to city of Izhevsk, where the main arsenal is, to meet with the factory people there, and in hopes of meeting Kalashnikov, which we wind up doing at precise time when the towers were coming down in New York, and which made our return is kind of interesting because it was all ground stuff and so on and so on. But however, the night we arrived, I took the 2 guys, Mark and David, to a friend of mine who was actually on duty. He was an officer and a commander of a Moscow quick reaction force. And they just, the guys that were on duty in this little, like a room with the table and stuff. It looks like an office, someone's office with the conference table in it. And they were all armed. So they were on duty. They had some cool 9x39 weapons, some 9mm stuff, a bunch of Stechkins. And then majority of the guys carried the AK-74M, which is the full, old black plastic folding stock 74s. And they just came back from Chechen deployment to Chechnya, which at that time, the second Chechen war was still in a hot phase. And so we start talking, of course, David being the gun writer and Mark being the gunsmith. They were, asking a lot of questions, which of course I was the interpreter. But I had some questions of my own anyway. But, so these guys, they on duty, so they whipped out bottle of vodka, some salami and bread and whatnot. So it was a nice, lively discussion. And so the AK accuracy came up. And everybody kind of pointed at one guy. It's like, tell him what you did with your gun. And he says when he was in the roadblock, spending time, it's usually boring as hell. He says he entertained himself by shooting off wires of a telephone pole. I mean, think about that. What's the cross section of a wire? Maybe a quarter of an inch or something. And he was shooting the wires off a telephone pole with AK-74. So that's like I said, it underlines the statement I made earlier that, and Jeff agrees that it's the guy behind the trigger that's accountable for accuracy.
I think it's been like a propaganda thing, that in the U.S. where it's like, oh, they have AKs and they're more reliable, which they most certainly are, but our M16 is more accurate, and I think it's a propaganda thing because when you're going through basic training, if you were told, yeah, the guys that you're training to fight, their rifle is more reliable and it's just as accurate, it's not really motivating, and so we've got to. It's like, well, what are we gonna? Okay, we're gonna say it's not as accurate or something. It's propaganda. It's horseshit. It really is.
It might have held the water when you were talking about the regular M16 A1s, A2s, and A3s with the 20-inch barrels or whatever, 20, how long the barrels were. But as soon as the U.S. switched to 14.5 inches in the M4s, I mean, that argument went out the window.
Sonny seems to have something to say about this.
I look like I have something to say about this.
Oh yeah, you're ready to jump in. Get
All
what's
right. Well,
on your mind.
I will agree with the statement of propaganda, but I will ask you to entertain this propaganda coming from whom? And this is not, some government ran and evil capitalists trying to put down the working people's gun. This is our industry, guys. This is our industry. Propaganda comes accuracy as a defining qualifier of ability to fight, and it's not. And it's not, because when you look at majority of training out there these days, while classes and courses and schools and curriculums may be called combat this, fighting this, reality is that 99% of it is a one-way square range shooting. And qualifier and all of that is what? How tight of a group you punched on the paper. That's the main qualifier. If you look at it, you can ask most people, and I know it's a cliche question, but in the gunfight, what is more important, to shoot the other guy or not be shot? 99% of people will answer very simply that more important is not to be shot. Yet when you look at the, all the little things that need to come together to meet the qualifying, what are you going to be judged by when you're attending training course, training class? Is mainly not going to be how well you move, which would determine how hard you would be to shoot, how hard you would be to hit, how well you maneuver, how well you're using cover, concealment, all of that stuff, right? No, it's going to be how tight your group is on the paper. Now, to acquire that tight group on the paper, what do we have to do? All the little basics of marksmanship will have to come in, your stance, your trigger control, your sight picture alignment, and so forth and so forth. And there are a lot of contradictory factors. A while ago, about a year ago, I put this little meme together. I said, what if I told you that 99% of shit that you do in the shooting range makes you easier to kill? I received a lot of hate for that. So when we're talking about propaganda, propaganda is being propagated by people that judge accuracy as the main factor of being competent in the gunfight. And I'm not saying it's not important, it is. But if we sacrifice everything else to achieve perfect accuracy, the guy who invented this gun that we're talking about, AK, he had one of the most probably misunderstood statements ever made in the gun industry. Perfect is the enemy of good enough. And in the gunfight, you have to ask yourself, if I seek perfection of the shot, what am I sacrificing? What am I giving up, and what is it going to cost? Sometimes in the gunfight, you have to settle for good enough in order not to be shot your ass yourself, And so when we talk in propaganda, I think a lot of this does come from the shooting industry and shooting industries and training industries, infatuation and 100% focus on marksmanship versus a much bigger picture of gunfighting.
That's a good perspective. I like that.
Totally.
Neil,
Very good point.
Neil, I happen to know that you're a super accurate shooter. Neil is hitting me up to make him some custom sights, which I'm very late in delivering with a very tiny pin, because the combat pin that I put on our stock sights is for, not bad breath distances, but, inside 100 yards is where it's really useful. And so, Neil, what has been your experience in combat with, what's the longest shot that really, that wasn't just suppressive, where you were taking your time and, what is the sort of effective combat range that you've experienced for the AK?
For the AK specifically, I've noticed 300 yards and in with a 7.62 gun is max effective range for guys, at least the guys that I was in the Army with, and then also the guys I was in PESH with, the guys that we do familiar weapons fertilization with. The standard military 300 in I've pushed the 7.62 round to a little past 500 in competition on a full-size IPSC, so a human-sized torso, and then 1,100 yards with the 5.45. So they're capable rounds. It's a lot of that has to do, like we were talking before, the shooter, and then the platform you're running out of. You know, if you've got you know, a rusted shot out 74, you're not going to get the accuracy you get out of like the Mark 12 that I built in 5.45 that pushes, you know, out to 77 grain AR worlds. But like when I was with the Pesh, I was like the firearms instructor for our unit, and 300 yards was as far as I could expect a normal person to get hits on target. And like Sonny was saying, it's my experience has been, at least in the military side of things, is, you know, quick and dirty. Get a good sight picture on target, center rounds, because rounds on target are going to be more efficient than misses that you're going to be like, whoa, what was he moving or that? And you add to like, you know, did I hit him? Did I not hit him? Let's keep doing this kind of thing. And I don't want to speak too much out of turn for combat stuff, because the majority of my experience with the AK and platform and the rounds has been in the competition side of things. And that's where I got most of my experience. I do have, like, for example, like this is a direct clone outside of the fun switch of the AK that I carried with the Pesh. And I don't even know what kind it is. I didn't know then, I don't know now. I just know that it's shitty and it looks ugly, but it works. And that's what you really ask for, right?
Neil, with all due respect, the standard targets at the basic training of Soviet military, whether it's AKM or AK-74, would have targets at 400 meters with the full expectation of troops hitting it on a regular basis, firing full auto. Now, talk about competition. Pioneer Arms flown me to Vegas this October for the Red October event. And when there was no action, and of course they had their Polish-made AKMs there, which, you know, performed satisfactory. And even my son actually ran the course with that thing without a single hiccup. But when me and CJ Johnson, who the head of Pioneer Arms USA, were bored and started shooting at the rocks at the pro gun shop there in Boulder City. So we wanted to know how far we were hitting the rocks with like a unbelievable consistency, just with open sights, right? And I'm talking about the rock maybe at that distance might have been, let's say, human torso or smaller. And when we did the GPS measurement, it was 421 meters to the closest rock. And we were just climbing up to the mountain and hitting them further and further and further with holdovers. So, I mean, sure as hell that gun is capable of hitting beyond 400 meters. You know, back in the days where the marksmanship skills were taught because you were coming off of the bolt action long guns, let's say after the World War II. Yeah, so the precise single shots were more prized than, let's say, spray and pray type of deal. Now it seemed to be that we all moving away from it, but then you know, like I said, the gun is, you know, it's got plenty of accuracy built into it. It's just whether or not you can realize that potential with your training or your skill and stuff.
Yeah, no, I mean, I fully agree with that. I'm more referencing guys that I've got. So, like, for my time with the Peshmerga, I had to teach dudes. I didn't have an instructor. I don't speak Kurdish, and I had to teach these guys how to be combat effective within like a week. So my expectation for them is 300 in. Now, like Mark, I fully agree that, you know, if you get somebody that has the fundamentals and can shoot with open irons on an AK, you could easily push out to distance. But the problem is like the time constraints that I had, at least in my
Yeah,
experience.
yeah, that's definitely a big factor for sure.
You also have like the ammo too, depending on how old it is, where it came from. Like we were shooting the PSLs, so it looks like an SVD, but it's an AK action. It's not an SVD. It looks like an SVD, and it's shooting the 7.62 And, when I was pushing that thing out to like 1,300 meters, with a PSO, I want to say my scope was a PSO1 or a PSO2. I can't remember now. It's been a while ago. But we would see rounds, my spotter would see rounds where it'd be like, there. And then, like one would fall off, like 300 meters short. So if you're shooting crap old surplus ammo, and I know some of that stuff in Iraq, it was getting made in like Turkey or Iraq or Egypt, and just kind of crap ammo. So yeah, that definitely, that's always my my kind of my counterpoint when people go, well, my AR is way more accurate, and it's like, well, okay, well, let's compare apples to apples, right? Let me get Hornady ammo and shoot it through my Occam defense rifle against your AR, and then we'll be able to, where apples, don't give me some crappy thing that had rust on it with surplus ammo from who knows where, Turkey or something, that it's like you gotta do an even test there.
You're
Yeah,
absolutely right, Jeff. And I always get involved in those arguments, saying, "Oh, my Daniel defense, so and so, such and such, with this custom grip and custom this and full floating barrel, will outshoot your AK-74 any day." And I'm looking at him going, "Well, not Krebs build AK-74, let's say, or Jim Fuller's or something,
Or Brian Keeney's ODS.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, whoever. I mean, we have plethora of talented gunsmiths here who can build the guns that, And you're absolutely right. And the same with ammo. And God knows, man, I came across a lot of
Ammo. Would you say ammo is 90% of the formula there?
No, I would say it's a human skill.
The human.
Well, I don't know about the 90, but major portion of it is a human skill.
I mean, you got to have good ammo, though.
Well, this is the only part of the conversation that I feel qualified to speak in, because I'm out, testing our rifles every week. And one of the joys of a physics background is knowing the math behind accuracy. And one of the crazy things that you wouldn't expect is that when you're talking about the stacking of the shooter, like if you got a 1 MOA shooter and you got 1 MOA ammo and a 1 MOA gun independently, the group size on the target is going to be the square root of 3. You only get to add the inaccuracies. So if you have a perfect gun and a shit shooter, or a perfect gun, a perfect shooter, and shit ammo, nothing is good. Everything sucks. And I found that out the hard way, where it appeared to me as if I had forgotten how to build guns for a little while, right at the beginning of COVID, because the quality on a couple different companies absolutely went to shit. And it was like a step change. And one day I was shooting sub MOA targets all day long, and then the next week I couldn't hit the side of a barn door. And so I absolutely agree, Marco, that if you don't have a good shooter, there's no hope. Like, there's no way to buy your way out of knowing how to do, fundamentals of shooting. But if anything's wrong, life is bad, but it's almost never the rifle. It's so rarely the rifle. It's either the ammo or the shooter. Very, very often.
Right. In the perfect world, you want to have a gun in your hands that will do everything for you. It aim itself. It's freaking, it would load itself perfectly good, and it will hit the target by yourself. All you have to do is participate in pulling the trigger. But it's not what it's, that's not what's happening. And I always said it to the students and everybody I encountered. I said the difference between the bad and the good shooter is a number of trigger pulls. The more you shoot, the better you become. And even you would become so good that you would account for and mitigate some of the deficiency of a poor ammunition or the gun that shoots to the left and you got to take it to the right a little bit to hit the target, and so on and so on. So so I still say the human skill and experience is the major.
And
Absolutely.
I think you said it there a couple times too, Marco, is you've got to keep in mind, like, the AK trigger is different than the US trigger. Americans like that trigger, that crisp, clean break, whereas the AK's got that sliding shelf. And so for me, it took me a little while to figure that out. And now for me, I prefer the sliding shelf over the break. But if you're new to it, that's a completely alien animal to somebody like an American, because all of our stuff breaks like that versus going over to the Russian. And so so there's a learning curve there as well, for sure.
Absolutely. And then there's people like you, Jeff, who willing to accept that and learn it and then wind up mastering it, or the ones saying, this thing doesn't shoot what the shit, and just toss it to a side, and I'm going to go back to my AR. You know what I'm saying? So that's another thing. You're absolutely right. It's the difference in culture.
It was
As
ego
long as they toss it to my
pride.
side, I'm all right with that.
Mine was ego and pride, because here I'm working with Afghans, they're carrying AKs, and it was like, and I'd hear them say, well, of course the Americans could shoot better because they're shooting, because they have these really nice rifles, these M4s. And so for me, it's like, if I'm going to lead, train, and advise these guys, I've got to know their system better than they do so that I can teach them on that system. And so I was like, no, I was like, no, this is a good rifle. I've just got to figure it out. And so I'd get out there and I had the luxury of, like, I could shoot like literally as much as I wanted to. And so I had no excuse, right? And so I could go out there, but for me, it was a point of ego and pride where it was like, no, I will not allow myself to be outshot by one of my guys. I've got to be able to manipulate it faster and better and more efficiently. I've got to be able to shoot, move, and communicate, and I've got to be able to tag that steel when we're out on the range and we're training. And so it's like, I'm going to figure this thing out, because you don't have a choice, right? That's what the guys have got. So, okay, I'm going to do what the dudes are doing, and I'm going to be better at it so that I can lead, train, advise. And so it's a fantastic, I hate to sound like a cheerleader, but I think it is the most underrated rifle that's out there. It's every time I take my AK apart and I look at it, I'm just like, God damn, man, this guy, he figured this out. It's like, I learned so much from this redneck out of the mountains of Arkansas that built his first AK. We talk about that, Marty, in one of the other things, and I just learned so much about that guy, about lever arms and efficiency of energy and stuff. And I looked at that, and the more I read about the Battle of Stalingrad and Russians, starving to death, because there was I was just like, man, this is an extraordinarily well thought out machine.
Yeah, and interesting. So I hate to plug my book in here, but I'm
do it, man. That's what it's about. Do it.
No. I mean, my
We're all
second
about
book.
plugs.
No. Well, anyway, I just want to underline what Jeff said, is that what the man submitted for the first round of testing was not it. It was completely, the only thing in there that remains the same was the rotating bolt, which he took from Garand and the M1 carbine. He admitted it, because everything else there.
I have a video where I make that argument. People were like, "You're high." No, he was copying the Sturmgewehr, and I was like, I don't think so, man. This looks really close to an M1 Garand.
Yeah, absolutely.
Awesome.
He even said it. He thought that solution to a lock in the bridge was genius in
Yeah.
rotating and locking with the lugs. And so Sturmgewehr is still tilting
Tilting bolt, yeah.
bolt and stuff. And then another thing is there was another designer. You guys know of a little gun called PPS 43 Diaf. That guy was unbelievable. It was like I think he was an alien because he designed that PPS 43 when he was 24 years old. And then he died in the rank of a major at the age of 28 after having to submit the first his new automatic rifle in the same competition with Kalashnikov. And he was the only gun that passed the first stage. Everybody else was gone. The problem was he had debilitating disease, and he actually wound up dying, not finishing his gun or perfecting his gun. So the second round rolls around. Kalashnikov borrowed just about everything from that gun, and including everything, including the selector, the way the long stroke piston attached to the bolt carrier, and everything else. So Kalashnikov, the AK-47 as we know it now, looks the way it is, and the way it's assembled is in part due to a genius of another guy. So, and like you said, Jeff, early on, it was a team effort. It was a team effort to respond to Mother Russia request. You know,
there's a movie out now. I think it's called the Kalashnikov movie. I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that?
No, is it good?
No, it's a shitty movie, but it's not very good.
I was getting excited.
It's a Wikipedia, is what it is. I mean, the Wikipedia page put into the
pretty much.
Picture.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Marco, what is your book? Do you talk about AKs and the development in that?
Actually, believe it or not, so I have a couple books. One of them is on the guise of Gun Digest, and that's more of like instructional manual, so to speak. If you never knew it, is a very little history, and then everything else from loading the mag, the carrying the gun, to sighting it in, and all that stuff. But the second one, it's actually called Survival and Evolution of the World's Most Prolific Gun, AK-47. And right there, I go all the way to 1906, not to 1943 or Sturmgewehr, where everybody says that was the concept. No, go to 1906, when the Fedorov, being a young designer, introduced the concept of reduced power cartridge in a full automatic rifle. So, and right there it goes all to the stages of development and how the gun has been constantly, design of it was constantly attacked by other designers, you know, trying to introduce the better mousetrap. And because he had to respond to that, that's how the AKMs came to be. That's how AK-74s came to be, and so and some other technical design changes in response to the other designers submitting their guns. And it's kind of like it was an interesting book for me to write. I really, really enjoyed it because I went into archives, I spoke to people who were involved, and so on and so on. So I hope if you ever get one, let me know what you think.
Oh yeah, that's now on the list.
I just beat you guys and bought
There's
the
only
last
one
copy.
left.
No, there isn't, because I just bought it.
Did you?
Yeah. So go ahead and buy another. So they placed another big reorder with Marco there.
Yeah, definitely.
Thank you for the 15 cents I'm going to get from that.
Yeah. To pick up on what Marco was saying, you know, Americans tend to have this funny thing about inventions and development of products. Like if you didn't invent it from first concept to completion, you didn't do anything. And Picasso had a great line that good artists borrow and great artists steal. And one of the great things, the reason that the AR-15 has evolved so quickly from Stoner's time to now, and the AK-47 is lacking, is because of capitalism and competition. And so this idea that Kalashnikov was stealing stuff, you know, and you didn't say that, Marco, other people do, they somehow diminish the work. And I think it's just the opposite, that it's amazing when people see a good idea and capitalize on it and make something better.
Well, the biggest thing is that, I mean, we always, in whatever we design something, right? We utilize basic principles of mechanics, physics, and which is not a secret to anyone. I mean,
Right.
How to cut a gear and stuff, how to, you know, capture gas and use the energy to push the piston and whatnot. The biggest thing is he was able to put, because I'm looking at the any gun as like a single piston internal combustion engine in a way.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that you use the gas and the explosion to generate energy to move a part.
Yep.
And you know, you look at it and yeah, you will say, well, that's a great design. I mean, why don't we rag on all of the guys that designed the bolt action rifles? You know what I mean?
Right.
Still,
Right.
to this day, there's a new rifles coming out with the Ruger, Savage, Bergara, whatever, all bolt action rifles. I mean, they use the same principle as the guy that originally designed the bolt action gun. So,
Yep.
you know, there's only so many ways to skin the cat in a way, right?
Mhm.
And but putting it together in one functioning mechanism, right, and then giving it the reliability it needed, giving it performance results that was required of it, is where the genius lies.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely. One of my mentors liked to say that the good Lord allowed you to build one of anything. It was building a bunch and having them all work that was the trick. And I tend to agree with them.
That's awesome.
Well, that's awesome quote, I have to say, yeah.
All right, so let's do this because we're getting into the show here, and I want you guys to talk about more of this, but we got to get into the listener questions too, and we got to do giveaways. Got to reward our listeners. Brian, do you think there's another direction we need to head with this conversation, or should we jump into the questions?
I think we need a solid blood oath commitment from all these gentlemen to come back for the next season and continue the conversation after the questions.
I like
That's my thinking. All right.
their feet to the fire. Are we getting that from you guys? We got solid commitments coming back season 4?
Absolutely. I generally don't have
Sonny,
anything to do. So.
I don't. Sonny,
I will not commit to anything with anyone.
aren't you married?
What? Man, you know what? Anything I committed to, I've been accused of collusion. So I'm done with commitments.
We're all about collusions here, brother. Come on.
Right.
All right, let's jump into some listener questions here. I think this will probably a lot of the stuff we've already talked about, but there's going to be some new stuff. So if you guys have access to Instagram or Facebook or both, I want you to jump on there now, your phone or whatever. I'm talking to our guest here, and I want you to pick the questions you want to field, and there's a lot for each of you on there. So I'll start us off. And also joining us, David Edelman with Mission First Tactical has jumped on the call with us, the video. Sponsors of the Talking Lead AK Korner for a couple of years now.
Which balloon is he behind?
David?
Marty made me mute. I had to mute myself, so I've been creeping. Been listening to you guys. But,
he's a fly on a wall. He's been a fly on a wall this whole time. But they are
great episode, guys.
behind our, and for those watching the video, I'm going to hold it up now. Get all the shit off of it I got. Our Talking Lead gunsmith trays. David likes to call them dump trays. I call them gunsmith trays or armorer's trays for the Talking Lead AK Korner. We've given lots of these away this season, not just one per episode. We've given several away per episode. And we'll be giving another an announcement for our finale. You've upped the ante a little bit. What are you guys doing?
So we're happy to offer a $100 gift card. And the reason we're doing that is that we have a lot of great product coming out in 22. So I would ask your listeners to hold the card, pay attention, and get it in there and get some good gear and kit.
There you go. And at one point in time, Mission First was doing some AK stuff. I think you're still doing the grips, aren't you?
We do a little bit, some legacy stuff from the beginning. I got a program manager that you know, every week I got to hear him bring it up. So one of these days,
every week too.
I just say
I'm always badgering you about releasing more AK stuff.
Yeah, you and Andrew. It's like, oh my god. But you know, we got a lot to do. So it's on the list. We're getting there. And I'm hearing it every week.
Mail, right? It's in the mail. So can you talk about the leather? Is that something you can talk about, the leather? Or is that should we hold that?
Well, thank you, Lefty, for breaking that. We are doing a series of leather hybrid holsters, and then that same process will be used on the armor dump trays.
Nice. Very nice. So for those who don't know, Mission First Tactical also has a very fine line of holsters, the Kydex, but now you're gonna do a hybrid now.
Yep. So we're trying to. The thought here is it's the best of both worlds. You know, you get the retention and security of Kydex and the suppleness, feel and smell of the leather.
There's nothing like the smell of leather.
There's a lot of fun stuff, but there really isn't, man. I gotta tell you.
Are you gonna
picks that holster up and smells it?
One of the special things about David's products at Mission First Tactical is that they have some magic method of embedding the ink and dye into the plastic, and we use his trays for machining, and the coolant that's used in machining is a notoriously good solvent, and it melts almost everything eventually. And we've been using David's stuff for over a year now, and it's looking like how we got it. So it's very cool if you're going to be around gun oil, that kind of thing. His stuff holds up really nicely, and all the lines are sharp. It's good looking kit that works.
And if you're using Seal 1 to clean your guns, then you don't have to worry about it because it's all green engineered cleaning solvents. So Seal 1 also sponsors the Talking Lead AK Korner. And we're going to be giving away a Seal 1 package too. So have you guys had a chance to look at the questions?
You know me.
All right, we'll start off with Marco. Marco, pick one there and let's field it.
I don't have any of the Facebooks.
Oh, that's right.
Instagram.
So this one is for Marco.
I don't have any of those interwebs.
Here's one for Marco. This is from Giddy Up. This is on Instagram. What was the one thing in your military training that was specifically put there to counter the enemy that turned out to be completely ridiculous? We'll start off with Marco.
Gosh, I cannot recall any of that stuff. I mean, I guess the biggest surprise for us would have been maybe the pot shots they would take at us at the long distance and stuff, and I mean, you know, because you train on the doctrine by the Soviet doctrine, right? So at the time it was, you know, the frontal assaults with the tank and with the infantry, you know, support and whatnot. But at the time when I was drafted, we already knew where we were going in, and most of our officers and NCOs who were involved in the training were veterans, and they knew at that time when I went in, the conflict was already going on for 5 years. So there was a body of knowledge that the Soviet military accumulated that was taught to the troops going over the border. So I can't, you know, I mean, we were drilled on just
nothing
about
specific.
everything. Nothing that stands out that I can say
That was just
so
complete
ridiculous.
bullshit that they fed you with, and you're just like, that wasn't true.
No, I mean it was. I mean everybody knew it was dangerous. Everybody. I mean this condition of being constantly in alert and being around the danger and stuff. You know, even where you're at the base, where the constant rocket attacks would happen from from nearby hills or whatnot. I mean, it just nothing that I can really speak of that came out to be ridiculous. No.
Okay. What about you, Neil?
Kind of like Marco, nothing really sticks out aside from bad command policy. Things like, PT belts will keep you alive on a base. You're like, no, it won't. Train how you fight when you go to the field in the rear. You're doing the Vietnam 5-round, 5 distance, take a knee, full security. But in Iraq, you go to a DFAC and you have to have a clear weapon. That old ingrained stuff was hard to get out of guys' heads back in the early aughts. But as for like doctrine, it changed. At least I saw it change enough between my Army career of my deployment 03 to 04 and 05 to 06. They were able to adapt fast enough to not do dumb stuff, assuming you had not dumb command.
Okay, all right. And you can put your own spin on this question too. You don't have to take it literally. So, what about you, Sonny?
Really, nothing stands out, man. Besides the things in political classes that they taught how bad fucking capitalism sucks, nothing else really sticks out.
And that counts. That counts.
Well, I guess, but it's a very different topic, and we should not even start going that route.
We'll do another show on that. Definitely. Jeff.
Yeah, I can tell you one. Like in the early days of the war, like close quarter battle was relatively new, and let me rephrase that, was relatively new to most of the troops that were going in. And so we used to, when you'd go into a room, you'd have your basic assault team that go into a room was 4 guys. And so, left, right. I won't get into opposing corners, which is one of my pet peeves that I think is a stupid idea, but whatever. I'll get into an argument with other Delta dudes and stuff. But we used to go in and guys would say what they saw. So open door, hallway, I've got a bed, I've got unknown space, I've got whatever, and Neil's shaking his head over there. And what would happen was you'd go into this room and everybody's yelling something, which means that you can't hear shit, you don't understand anything, and people are just in there yelling. So you've completely compromised whatever you're doing that you got in there. And it didn't take very long. So it was one of those doctrinal things. Then in the schoolhouse, you would do that. But in reality, was just fucking stupid. There was no reason to do it. And because it's like, hey, my eyes work. That's why I'm here. And I can look over and it's like, oh, Neil's got an open window. Maybe I should help him. And I'd collapse in without ever having to say anything. So we went from this verbal chaos to like literally going through buildings and houses with literally most of the time not saying anything. So I would say that was one of the ridiculous things that early days of the war we started with, and then as we progressed, we got smarter and we stopped doing that stuff.
Good answer. Good answer. All right, has anybody picked a question they want to field?
I'll do a super controversial one that I'm super excited about because I'm a big fanatic for it. Left side charging handles and AKs.
Okay.
I'll field it to everybody else, and then I'll throw it.
Who asked the question first?
Hang on, say it again. Left
side. Hold on, Mark. Who asked the question?
Marco's already like, no.
Yeah, he's on it. Who asked the question?
No, I'm not saying no.
So this is on Instagram, and it's the Woodsman Pilot. And the question itself is thoughts on left side charging handle mods. And then the second part of that is thoughts on those bullpup AK stock kits that Sentry used to make.
Okay.
I have a great story on left-handed charging handles. Go ahead, Marco. I'll let you rant, and then I
No, okay, I'm dying.
He is.
First of all, the left-handed charging handle, I think it's a great thing. Of course, if you do it the way, I mean, the way that the AK is done, and stick the two of them non-movable things on both sides, that would be a pain in the ass, and it should not exist. You pick a side and you put one on. A good solution to that problem is this company. I forgot the name. Davis Tactical, I think, and they came up with this Lynch system, which actually it's like a FNFAL type folding handle that is attached to a top cover, so you don't have to mod your gun at all. And I thought that was pretty ingenious, and I really liked it. So, and in some cases, and you got to realize where the AK configuration comes from. It has the roots in the bolt action rifle, where everything, the bolt was for the right-handed shooter, everything was on the right. So you operated your rifle with your right hand off of the trigger, to operate your bolt. And the same it was for majority of the guns that were produced. However, in the modern field, when you got the magazine suspended all over you, and sometimes you use a left hand or right hand to reload your gun, so the left hand charging handle has a merit, but how you execute it is where the dog lies. So I thought that Lynch system was pretty good. I think I have it on two of my guns. One of them is PAP, the Yugoslavian short version, and the other one is my attempt to make the clone of AK-12. But anyway, back to bullpup. And Jeff, you and Neil, you both guys were Army guys, and you've been trained in everything. Here's my statement: bullpup as a weapon should not exist, and I explain why. If you a SWAT officer and you fight out of your cruiser and you constantly do the marching band advance, marching band steps advance, and you don't freaking crawl on your belly and stuff, and you don't fight in prone position, maybe it has a chance on life, so to speak. But as soon as you go prone and try to do those magazine changes and shit, especially if you're in the moon dust, I mean, I'm thinking the bullpup has no place in my heart, I would say. That's my rant.
This is a good rant. For me, the left-handed charging handle, I used to look at ways that you could do that because maybe it's more ergonomic and stuff. And then two instances happened. And when you look at a combat rifle, so the first one was we had a guy who's a left-handed shooter. We were fast roping one night. So left-handed shooter, obviously carrying his rifle on the opposite side. We're doing night fast rope training, and he was an Afghan, and he's very good, very competent guy. Left-handed guy goes out, doesn't get a good purchase on the fast rope. So his fast rope becomes like a faster rope. He hits the ground. Charging handle busts his rib. That then becomes tension pneumothorax, and we're in a medevac. And so it was one of those instances where it's like, oh, maybe the charging handle because the majority of people are right-handed, and it was like, oh, well, that's a pretty good reason for the AK to have a charging handle on the right-hand side. Second story is when you do immediate action drills with combat rifles, so you're not standing on the range, right? You're up, I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. I'm shooting, I'm up, he sees me, I'm down. Guy came back in, and again, another left-handed shooter came back in, and he all of a sudden had a cleft lip because we were doing immediate action drills and training. His face got too forward on the rifle, and it smacked him and split him from his nose all the way to the bottom of his lip. And that was another one of those instances where it's like, oh, the charging handle on the right side is actually is a really good idea. And then my third example is when you have that thing slinged and you're walking into a target, charging handle on the left side, you can bounce that thing out of battery because the charging handle's there, because it'd be against your body, and you'd have to check it. So that was 3 instances. I used to be like, yeah, you need a left-handed charging handle. And then after I saw those 3, I was like, nope, leave the charging handle on the right side. We messed with charging handles that tilted up so that you could come across the top, which worked until you started putting electronic sights on there. And then they got in the way, and all of a sudden it was like, that doesn't work anymore. Got to go back to the standard charging handle that sticks out to the side. And it's really nice that when you get your strong hand under stress and you get a piece of brass that's stuck, you can grab that thing and yard on it with your strong arm and yank that thing loose. So that's one of those things where I'm like, nah, Team Kalashnikov figured out, leave it on the right hand side. And the reality is, when we did our testing, the difference in time and speed, and this was another question that was in the Instagram, is going over versus going under. I'm a fan of, I go over the top, but I roll the rifle, and so I'm not even really going over the top, because it's a way more for sure, and I can do that standing, prone, as well as kneeling. And so if you do that, then all of a sudden it's negligible anyways. I would argue it's statistically insignificant for that. So there's my rant.
Listeners
So-
can
all right,
go back
Sonny.
to the,
What's Sonny's take on this?
well,
My take?
real quick, I swear it's relevant.
Okay.
We did a video, Jeff and I videoed Jeff and put it on my Instagram channel. It's one of our first posts with him demonstrating the technique that he's talking about.
Cool. Sonny.
All right, I'll do a very short take on that. Switching the side for the charging handle. Fuck no. Don't do it. There is no reason for it. Bullpup designs, if it rocks your boat, go for it, brother. Not for me. I've been running with the thing since 1987. So it's been a few moons. All these things, and it's going to sound like a, stuck in time old timer, but something that Marcos said, it's operating your rifle, manipulating a rifle, any weapon, really. It's a lot of people will talk ergonomics. What is really ergonomics? It's what the fuck you are used to do. That's what ergonomics are. It's not how rifle is designed and all that. If you look at the manipulative parts on the 2 specific rifle designs, AR and AK. If you went from, the mag in, if you are into that game of manipulating the safety off, safety on, then going to the trigger, I would suggest listeners actually go and strictly mechanically look at the continuity and flow of the movement, how your hand moves, and tell me which one has better ergonomics. So when people talk about ergonomics and switching sides for the charging handle, again, I'll refer back to what Marco said. It's whatever the percentage is, it's not the design of the rifle. It's not who thinks is, whichever design is more modern and more reflective of efficient human performance. It's what the hell you train and what the hell you got used to.
Yep. I agree. Marco, you're over there finger fucking your rifle. What's
Yeah, that's that Lynch system I was guys showing you. So, like referring to Jeff's stories, if it would protrude like this, it will fuck you up big time. You're gonna hit it somewhere in the face, in the chest, in the stomach. God only knows where. That's why this thing is like, it folds. It's kind of on the top of the gun. It's out of the way. That's the only thing that I see that would make sense. But other than that, imagine this thing jamming into your forehead, and I've seen that happen. This thing right here, the actual handle.
yeah.
So
I actually teach people to do that.
shove it into their heads.
Yeah, not their own, someone else's.
It's a legitimate weapon. Yeah, you could use that.
I mean,
All right, pick another question. Who wants to do the next question? Who picked that one? Marco, Sonny. Pick one.
Neil, I think.
I didn't pick any questions. You guys pick for me.
You didn't pick one?
Nope.
Let's see.
I like surprises. I don't like to be like I'm picky and choosy and and all that stuff.
All right. FPS Murdoch, which he says hi to you, by the way.
Yeah, I know the guy.
Yeah, I know where Sonny stands on this, but how do the rest of you feel about the AK enhanced safety? And Sonny, we'll start off with you on your feelings about the AK enhanced safety first.
Is that the one, the safety? I'm sorry, so I understand correctly. That's the one with the cutout and stuff in it for the
Marco, that's the one with an extra notch that sits right above your trigger guard.
What's it?
Sometimes it's referred to as Krebs enhanced safety. Although Mark Krebs was not the first one to invent it, but you know what I'm talking about. That has extra notch. That way our dear American friends that like to finger fuck that safety back and forth every time stock leaves the shoulder, they can just enjoy that sound of click, 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 back and forth, back and forth. All right. So it's an absolute no, and I'll tell you why it's absolute no. Two reasons. One, because of where it sits in its angulation that has a little bit downwards angulation. I've seen in training on more than one occasion when people were in the habit of finger fucking with their safeties in the middle of the drill, where at the moment where they had somewhat of a low ready position before they present the rifle, they started slinging the safety off. Finger off of that enhanced extra notch slipped right into trigger guard and depressed the trigger, hitting the concrete, or one time very close to a foot of the person in front of them.
Oh, damn.
So that's one. Another thing, the enhanced safety notch, the way it sits, if you're going to do a magazine change the way some instructors teach, where you hold two magazines, basically with a fresh magazine, you come up to the rifle, you eject the magazine using your thumb, and then you insert the fresh magazine. I have seen on more than a dozen occasions when you're working on the other side of the rifle, that extra magazine, the fresh magazine you're bringing up, re-engage the safety back on. Because the way magazine comes up next to the rifle receiver, and that enhanced safety is going to sit exactly where you're using, where the fresh magazine is, you're bringing it up to depress with your thumb to eject the empty magazine. That fresh magazine will re-engage the safety back on. I've seen it happen more than a dozen times. Remove the enhanced safeties, put them on the eBay, sell them, keep what's on it, stop fucking with the safeties all the time. Cheers.
Everybody's got an opinion.
Can I have experience with it.
Okay.
Okay, so there's like Sonny referring to that from practical point, and I agree 100% with it. So there's the positive things and there's negative things. The positive thing is an illusion of by install, to kind of like enhancing your gun by installing this thing in your gun, and then somehow it makes it so much better, right? Well, first of all, if it is a gun with the fun switch, you have to train your freaking finger so precisely not to pass by the full auto notch, right? That's one thing. Second of all, I mean, it does aid in the way of putting it back on safety in safe position, maybe. Now, picture some of the AKMSs, right? The so-called underfolders. That freaking thing renders the operation of a safety lever non-existent, because that thing will inadvertently will catch in the channel of the stamped arms of the underfolder. You can grind it and somehow make it fit. It's up to you. But but then again, I mean, how many underfolders you have versus the fixed stock or side folding stocks? So the notch on it to hold the bolt open, I find it very useful when I'm at DNR range, and that's it. So just to keep to put that bolt in, just a range officer can come in and look to see that my chamber is clear. Empty casing will do the same thing. You know, you stick the empty casing, you pull the bolt back, and you stick the empty casing in it, and that seems to satisfy him as well. So I don't see the need for that bolt hold open notch at all. It also opens the action up to potential contamination by dust, dirt, and whatever, which that particular shape of a safety lever was designed to prevent. And so I don't know. So you got to kind of, for each person, you got to weigh the pros and cons in this. And to me, it's neither here or there. You just train on your gun. If you like it, you like it. But like I said, the notch is the only thing that I probably would completely, forgo and forget about it. Don't do it. If you want that little shelf for your index finger, then please do train with it so you know which fun or non-fun single shot or auto notch you have.
What it's all about. Yeah.
So I'll be the dissenting opinion here, Marty.
Yeah, let's do it. I love it.
We found we would put a like if you get like a washer and cut it in half and put it straight on the thing. So some of the enhanced safeties now, they come down a little bit. So it's like a little arm that drops down below the lever of the safety. Whereas when we were enhancing our safeties, we'd pull the safety off, and then we'd get the PK can opener that would open up, not the PK, the ammo, the tuna can opener, and we would cut that and we would weld that onto the side, so it didn't drop down like most of the enhanced safeties they have now. It's just a little shelf that was on the kind of like that, except for even a little bit higher. Or
Oh no, this is another one, Marty.
It's different.
And we actually do it the way that Jeff told me about this method, and we make a modified safety in the way that Jeff describes. That's really nice. Where I hope when Sonny sees one, he'll be at least not completely horrified, because we do just a little sliver. You know, maybe a third of a quarter. If you imagine taking a quarter and then cutting a third of a piece off it, so you got a little eyebrow. And we use really beefy steel that's about the thickness of that Spam can opener. Like Jeff made so many different things with those Spam can openers. It's amazing.
It really made use of the Spam can.
Yep. But having that real low profile, the way that Jeff is talking about, we found to be quite nice.
And we found, after training, Afghans, right? That Afghans and Iraqis, primarily my stuff was with Afghans. But, and so you'd get guys that had PhDs all the way to guys that, couldn't write their own name. And we found actually with the shelf there, we had less negligent discharges. Like our negligent discharges essentially went to zero because it gave a place for them to put their trigger.
Oh, that's a good point, Jeff. Good point.
And so instead of everybody running around like this finger, we could get that forward finger position because it gave them a place to put that finger. And then it also enhanced the other stuff. And as far as we teach going to safe in between targets, because it's like when you run around with people of questionable, it's far more of a chance you're going to shoot somebody that you don't want to shoot versus shooting you want. And so we teach that safety manipulation, but with that, where our NDs actually went to zero after that. So I'm a big fan of it. I like it. It's on all my rifles. And even when I'm showing people manipulating with nothing in my hands, that finger drops so that it can go and squeeze. So, but I don't prefer the ones that are drop down, that have the lever, like what you were talking about, Marco, with the underfolder, that can get into the way. And then also like what you were talking about, Sonny, with the 2 magazines, it can bump that up. Yeah, most certainly, because it's sticking down so low. So I don't know. Again, it's worth it. Probably a tip for your cup of coffee.
All right, next question. I think we answered that pretty good. Yeah. Let's go to. I'm looking for a good one here. We got so many. There's this, like I said, this has been the most engaging episode that we've had. We've got tons of questions here.
Oh, you know, there's a guy, Bailey Muller here, Bailey Muller 80, who says, how Bailey, B-A-I-L-E.
Who? Now go ahead.
He's asking, how do you properly tune an AK gas system? And I'm less interested in the how from our experts here, and more interested in the what, because a slow bolt carrier is much easier for a beginner. And there are expert shooters. When I first came out with the 1775, I handed it to Travis Haley without a can on it. And I didn't notice anything about it. And he's like, this gun's a little sluggish. And I'm like, well, let me throw the can on it. And that obviously increases the bolt carrier speed and, you know, increases the gas in the gun. And he was like, oh, this is perfect. And so I'm wondering if any of the experts here have had gas systems tuned for them, and whether they like them soft or slamming back and moving faster.
I've had mine, basically all my U.S. made rifles tuned just for competition, because that's what I use them for. And I found that a well-regulated gas system paired with a good muzzle brake will take care of your muzzle rise and felt recoil. Whereas for like bolt carrier speed, as long as I can't outrun the trigger doing, you know, like 0.12, 0.11 splits, then it's fast enough for me. If I'm doing splits that are that speed and I'm overriding the trigger and the carrier follow, then yeah, absolutely, there's a huge issue with that we need to have addressed. But that's been my real big experience with gas tuning, because I got Mario at Lee Armory who does all of my voodoo to my guns, and I'm like, I don't know what's happening here, but I appreciate you made it shoot.
Totally.
I have no opinion on this. I mean, I know that when we were issued the guns, he'll hand it to you and says it shoots to the left a little bit. That's about it, because, you know, you expect the gun to work as prescribed, right? So there is no adjustable gas system in the AK like it would be on the SVT 40, on the SVD, and things like that, and PKM. So and the sluggish or the bolt carrier speed only comes into play, in my opinion, when you're firing full auto. And you know, when you're firing semi-automatic, I mean, is there again? Maybe I should like check myself here, because the majority of the users here are the commercial users with semi-automatic guns, rather than combat guys that go out there and actually fire full auto on a regular basis. So that's my opinion. I have no opinion on that. How you tune it.
I would expect that with your military experience, because you guys had to work down at -40 Celsius, and with that sort of low, you know, or whatever it is you crazy people were doing, and you need a lot of gas, or you need a big hole for the gun to function at low temperatures. And I'm not saying that was like a typical thing, but the Soviet mil spec is pretty demanding. You know, when you have really cold ammo, it's going to burn slower and make less gas.
Well, I mean, that's just it, because when the set of specifications issued, it would say the gun shall perform an ambient temperature of plus 55 Celsius, minus 50 Celsius. So when you submit a gun for testing, they will definitely test those parameters. And so I guess their mechanical genius found the golden middle that would have as far as like the gas port is concerned, an amount of gas is actually passed through the gas block and stuff, and where it can, you know, meets both of those ranges and anything in between.
Yeah.
Well, I'll say something very short, and again, it's going to be probably sounding like a grumpy old man, because I am. I just turned 52, you know, so that's right.
Are you so young?
Oh, okay, Marco. Okay, fine. I'm probably
they
I'm
stopped
probably
calling
the
me
third
Marco, they
oldest
called me
here,
Gray
right?
Bush for some reason.
You're
Right.
2 years older than me.
Was that?
You're a year and a half older than me.
I see. Well, not that far. Anyway,
I'm a month behind you, Sonny.
I think the only issue, modern issue for those who are not going to be going into fun places to do fun stuff, and I'm talking civilians. Now, I'm going to say something that Marco said, you know, military and using it in the fun setting, otherwise known as full auto. In all my time in military, I used the full auto twice. Both times it was situations of suppressive fire. Other than that, I always used it in the lowest position, full semi-automatic. I think the only time that pressure comes in outside of those parameters that we talked about, certain temperatures, especially extreme cold, is these days it's coming into suppressing the weapon. Right now, I'm actually gonna ask Brian here at some point when I'm gonna get ODS and Jim Fuller, who's I was expecting to be here, but I guess he wasn't able to make it. They both, I think, independently are working on the adjustable pressure thingies for the AKs. The whole idea of sluggish or non-sluggish bolt work, depending on the pressure, unless you're trying, like, again, competitive guys, where you're trying to, you know, to work your splits, you're working that. I get it. You may have certain amount of difference in the report and how it feels. I only focus strictly on. I know it's gonna sound kind of pretentious. Combative applications. For the modern civilian who's not going to go into the mountains of outside of Peshawar, that is not going to make a difference. AK as is, as far as pressure, is fine unless you want to work and put can on it. Then you may have a little bit of a blowback, or you're going to go to, you know, I don't know, Krasnoyarsk, Siberia in January. Well, yeah, then you're going to feel some things and it may feel different. Besides that, guys, my opinion, leave it as is unless you are suppressing it.
Anyone else?
Sage advice all around.
Anyone else want to take that? Let's take another question. I'm going to go to Facebook. Let's go to Facebook. It'll jump. And this says... That's for Jim. Jim's not on. Maybe he'll jump on. We still got time for him to jump on. He's doing a little secret squirrel training. Mike Tressa Jr. Has anyone here? I think this guy's drunk. So basically, I've had a couple of questions about ammo being made in the U.S. What is the main problem with producing quality AK in the U.S.? Also recommend an AK-74 kit that's affordable. My state only allows AK-47 pistols. Move to a different state. What's your opinions on, I think Palmetto or somebody was, or Primary, I don't know who it was talking about making some AK ammo. What are your guys' thoughts on the ammo situation here in America?
Okay, well, let me address something. Yes, there will be some ammo. There is some ammo. There is some quality ammo. By the way, I'm not a paid spokesperson, but there's this company called Defiant Munitions. They are out of Sturgis. These are the people that used to be at the helm of Korban ammunition. They do make incredible 7.62 by 39 ammunition. It is not cheap. It is not affordable, as some people will say. Affordable, I guess, from the perspective in the context of when we used to buy 1,000 rounds at 169.
Yeah.
Well, those days are not coming back, guys. Let's just make peace with that idea, and that's what it is. This is not a range plinking ammo, unless you're a very rich person. But most of my 7.62 magazines are now loaded with Defiant Munition 7.62 by 39. I also have on a pretty decent authority to say that possibly they are working on 5.45.
But theirs is brass, right?
Yes, actually here it is brass. It's not steel cased. So obviously you will be paying for it. It's not only that it's brass, but it's also a copper bullet, solid copper bullet with the nice cuts. It does magic, whatever it hits, especially if it's soft flesh. As far as the range training ammo, more of a plinking ammo. Yes, I heard about that. Palmetto is going to be doing something. Another thing,
Still
this
case.
is the way the funny capitalism works. Now that we have no importation from Russia, if I were to bet, I will guarantee you that the same companies from Russia that we used to buy ammo from, they're going to have factories operating in Kazakhstan and a few other satellite states, and it's going to come back.
Yeah,
It's also my understanding they've just put a ban on new permits, and that ammo is still coming into the country. We've got a couple years and hopefully a new administration.
Yep.
So not that I don't want American ammo, I do, and I'm a giant Defiant fan. This is 100 yards. The owner of Defiant shooting one of our guns, 3-shot group that looks like Mickey Mouse, basically. A little clover leaf kind of thing. And yeah, his ammo is awesome and is in all of my, go to war magazines. It's outstanding stuff.
I think Sonny hit it on the head there. Capitalism will prevail, and somebody's going to step up and fill the gap.
Absolutely. There's no doubt about it. There's no doubt about it.
What makes us great for now.
And on the other side of that too, for the 5.45 shooters, and I know it's expensive when it comes to what we're used to paying, the Hornady Black stuff, you can still get their steel case, but they're also making new brass, and that stuff is sub half MOA out of my guns. So I highly recommend. You're shooting VMAXs, it's $1 a round, which sucks, but it's there and it's available. So.
Well, for about 6 years, I used to take payments for my classes with not necessarily just cash, but I would take spam cans. So I kind of stocked up. I'm looking up at about 18 of those sitting over there in the corner. So
hold the phone. Jim is trying to get in.
Oh shit!
Oh shit! Send him the link, Sonny. Can you send him the link? He's
Send
not.
to whom?
He said I can't seem to get in. To Jim Fuller.
To Jim Fuller?
Yeah.
Let me see here.
Guess he just wrapped up his. So try to get him on with us. We'll field some more questions. What is everyone's preferred barrel length for the AK, regardless of the NFA?
Regardless of the NFA, I like how he puts it.
Excluding NFA items, or including NFA items.
Oh, he said fuck the NFA, basically. If you're just going to run one, what barrel length do you prefer?
All right. Well, I'm sorry. Did I jump ahead of everyone?
No, you're good. Do it.
Well, the question is, what is it for? I mean, is it for close quarters, home defense type of deal, or is it for
just your everyday go-to? Your everyday go-to. This is what I'm grabbing and I'm taking. This is my AK build.
As a good Lord prescribed. standard length?
14 and a half with a pin and welded.
I don't think it's 14 and a half, but I think it's close to 16 actually.
Yep.
Okay.
An interesting.
AM4 fan comes out of you, Marty.
In my opinion, anything between 14 and a half, AK 105, 104 length up to a standard length, it's ideal for AK. You can go shorter if you into sexy stuff.
I can hear him. All
What
right,
were you
good.
saying, Brian?
Oh, we've got Mr. Jim Fuller in the house. Hello, sir.
Oh, has he joined us? He made it.
Yeah, I was just waving. Yep.
There he is.
Anything, man. I don't know what the thing's doing, but it's not working well.
Which
You're here.
balloon is he behind?
Are you in the balloon room, Jim?
Yes.
Yeah, I think so. I don't know, man. I don't know this shit. I'm too fucking old for this internet.
Welcome in, man. We're taking listener questions, so you haven't completely missed the show.
I'm sorry, man. I intended to.
No, don't apologize.
Just got done with dinner and I just got back and I saw your link that you're still on, so I thought, okay, I'll say hi.
Hell yeah, we're about 5 or 6 fingers deep into some whiskey here, so
I got one.
Good time.
I don't know. I can't really see you guys. I don't know if you can see me, but I'm doing one now.
That a boy. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
Love it.
Mark 46. It's pretty good shit.
I don't know, man. I'm looking at every balloon and I don't see Jim anywhere.
Well, I can't see any of you guys either, but
Change your view. Change your grid view, man. Change it.
I don't know how to fucking do that shit.
Me neither. Damn it. This shit is American stuff here. You fucking asshole people.
Fucking, it's China, man. It's China. I'm telling you. So we're reading questions, listener questions. Jeff, will the Black Autumn series be made into a show or movie?
We can.
301.
So we're working on the last book in the series. So this is book number 10 that we're working on, and it's Blood Spring. If anybody's been following it, we'd love to do a movie, or a show with Black Autumn. I mean, it's been a labor of love, but we'll see who knows, you know what I mean? I will say we're #1 bestseller all through October for Sci-Fi Military on Amazon, so that was pretty cool. But so that's my 15 seconds of fame, I guess. But we'd love to.
Among other things, it's just you're 15. What about Rat's Tourniquet? What about all the other stuff? Ready Man Network. Come on, son.
We're working on it.
Yeah, for those uninitiated, the Black Autumn series is the equivalent of a 15-year scotch for prepper fiction. It's really, really high quality stuff. And as I understand it, Jeff and his business partner just war gamed the whole thing of what they would do in their particular situation. And I've found it to be exceedingly useful. Lots of interesting ideas in how one would interact with what I fear is coming in the not too distant future.
Yeah, it certainly changed the way that we looked at emergency preparedness and what could potentially happen, and overwhelmingly what people tell us is your book's terrifying because it could actually happen. And so it's like, well, okay, I guess that's a good thing, but
I think it's actually happening.
It kind of, we took before I even knew what a Black Swan event was, we took the Black Swan idea where it's not just one thing that causes a societal collapse or critical incident, but it's a group of little things that happen. And say what you want to about COVID, it's definitely been a Black Swan event. Who could have ever imagined that like a pandemic would hit and that we would start shutting down world economies and throwing people into things that look suspiciously like concentration camps in Australia and just on and on and on with all of this stuff that it is a black swan event. You know, is it going to drag the world down? You know, TBD, right? Remains to be seen, but it's definitely, you could have never have predicted this, you know, in, you know, 2 years from now or 2 years ago. You could have never have predicted it. And the scary thing is, based off our historical research, is that black swan events hit about every 50 years. Now they don't drag, you know, they don't drag countries down, but they do sizable damage. But that's a whole nother thing. So we hope to make a movie. You know, we'll see. That's probably a pipe dream, but it's nice to think about.
So we had Jack Carr was going to join us, but he's at the 80th anniversary for Pearl Harbor. So he couldn't join us, but his, you know, they're turning his book into a movie. And I mean, no offense to Jack, but I think your books are a lot more entertaining than his were. But anyway.
Well,
Jack.
I wasn't a seal. I don't have the marketing appeal of a seal, but Jack, he's a great guy. He actually lives on the other side of the mountain from me, and he is like salty. They're a super nice guy, fantastic, you know, American.
Yeah, we really appreciate him being on the show and taking the time. He wanted to, but I mean, I can understand. He's in Hawaii at the 80th Pearl Harbor anniversary, so who can fault him for that? Not me. All right, next question. This comes from Ryan Abbott. It says, when it comes to the next major leap for the AK platform, I hope the U.S. industry hones in on quality full-length rails, similar to what the Galils offer. When do you guys foresee full-length rails utilizing the dust covers on the Kalashnikov really taking hold in the U.S. like they have in Russia, especially ones that hold zero well? I know in Russia they have Sure Shot Armament and Zentico, but from what I know, those are the only two available in the U.S. that reliably hold zero. Do you guys know of any quality American companies bringing something like this to market?
Occam Defense.
I was like, I think I know a guy on this show right now.
You know, a couple of guys. Jim, you got a comment on that?
You asking me now?
Yeah.
Yeah, I do have a spin on that. Wait till February.
Awesome. Can't wait to see it.
It's in the mail.
Yeah. It'll be built soon. You know, we've been working on something for a while, and it's about to come to fruit. So that's all I really want to say right now.
Okay. All right. You know, this is the show for exclusives, though, right? Don't be shy. Take another drink.
We just had this conversation at dinner, and I don't know if I want to go down that road.
Okay. All right.
But
we're not going to press you.
You know, I have to kind of, you know, I got to be subtle about this because everything I do, people copy, you know, and I'm just not going to tell people what I'm doing, you know.
I got you, but you're doing something along those lines. Got you.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see. Excluding the makers on the show, i.e., Fuller, Phoenix, and Occam Defense, who is your favorite AK manufacturer? Both of those. Sorry.
Well, I'll answer that.
Okay.
Besides Jim's and Brian's work, I don't own any other AKs. So there you go.
Perfect.
Good to hear you, brother.
Hey, Jim. Actually, I'm probably going to swing by Vegas here in a couple of weeks.
I see a bunch of balloons. I don't see
by
you.
Phoenix, I mean. I'm hiding behind one of those balloons.
He's behind the blue balloon between the orange and red.
You got to squeeze it. Like you're at the Spearmint Rhino, Jim.
Do you see it?
If you're at the Spearmint Rhino, squeeze it.
You know, I've never been in a strip club.
Really?
Actually, I take that back.
Never hung out.
And he says, "Hey, let's go to my wife's bar and have lunch." Okay. And she was behind the counter serving food. I thought, oh, this is good. So I get my hamburger, and then it's like, "Oh, hey, Jim, it's her turn to dance. Let's go watch." And I'm going, "Dude, I don't really want to watch your wife naked. I don't mean to be weird. I mean, it may not sound weird, but it's like that just was a little strange for me, you know.
That is odd. Yeah. All right. This one's for Jim. So it's from Brett Bedow. Says, for the Godfather, Mr. Jim Fuller, talk about some of your favorite AK builds.
I
think you posted one, didn't you?
There's been there's been a lot of stuff, you know. I mean, I've done a lot of wild one-offs things over the years, kind of cool, you know. You know, barring what's coming, probably the best things I've done was probably the URD was a pretty good gun, and still is. But you know, what I'm doing now is going to make that gun obsolete. But you know, I like the 105s a lot. I'm actually building a lot of those right now because people seem to like the way I do them. I guess I don't know. But the 105 I think is probably the quintessential best AK they ever designed, you know, and it's pretty hard to beat that gun. You know, the problem is you just can't get the parts for it anymore, and not without paying an arm and a leg. You know? I mean, if I tried to build somebody a 105 today and they didn't have anything, and they wanted the full 105 with his Necco shit, all that stuff, you're probably looking at $4 or $5 grand. You know, if you can find all the parts, you know, and that's not sticking people. That's just what it costs to build something.
It's just a big if you can find the parts. Yeah, that's what it costs to get those parts.
Yeah. I mean, I'm really pulling for PSA, KUSA, Wiley Defense. These guys that are actually trying to put out, you know, quality stuff. I understand the challenges of that, probably more than the general market does, because I've tried to do it myself, and it's very expensive and it's very hard to do. Companies have done a good job of creating a pretty good tier gun. It's not the original, but it's a pretty good tier gun for the guy that's not shoot, you know, 1,000 rounds a month. Great gun. So we're getting there. You know, Americans are getting there, but it's going to take a lot more to get to where the original spec AK is. And Sonny knows what I mean when I say that, because, you know, he and I are kind of the guys that go back a way here. So I think he understands what I'm talking about. The design and the way that a lot of the parts were made in the original, you know, combat guns is just not being equaled yet. It's getting close, but you got to remember that stuff was built by government armories and never had to make a profit, or at least stay in business. And that's why we have what we have today. I mean, we have good guns here, but they're, you know, they got a ways to go to get to that spec, you know.
Well, if you just do the math on what ammo costs and how many rounds you need to put through a gun to know if the parts are good, and then do that with 100 guns. Seriously, like if we don't get ammo too much cheaper than the public does. And so if you just start running the math of 100 guns, 30,000 rounds times what, you know, let's just say you got a really good deal at 10 cents a round. Run that math. It is an obscene amount of money just for the ammo, let alone the kits, the guns, the time for people to pull the triggers, all the tracking on what's going wrong, you know, what's wearing out, what isn't, and then rinse and repeat.
Brian, apologize. Let me interrupt you here on something. I apologize for this, but I just want to say something. There's an awful lot of people in this industry that use their customers as test dummies to avoid this kind of cost.
Yes, sir. You are correct.
I got a little booze in me, so I'm saying some stuff that I probably shouldn't say, and I may be pissing off a few people. But this is the difference between quality manufacturers and people that are just jumping on the bandwagon. You know, guys like Brian, who was probably one of the best students I ever had. He's done phenomenal work with his guns. He has his own image. He has his own brand because he cares about the weapon. And he tries to build it to the spec that it was built at. And that's why you hear him saying what he's saying right now. Am I making myself clear?
Thank you, sir.
Perfect.
And I built my first gun with Jim, and well, I've said it in a bunch of places, but you know, anything I've done stands on the shoulders of Mark Krebs and Jim Fuller, and you know, we as the American public owe a great debt to Jim for bringing the gun up to where it is now.
Thank you, Brian.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's a question from CZTW. Opinion. I don't know. You know who you are. What isn't happening in regards to manufacturing AKs in the U.S. that should be happening?
Okay.
Oh boy.
Touched on that.
Right here.
Should I do another show on this?
Yeah, probably some of these manufacturing types would probably have a lot to say about it, but I can tell you right now what's the tendency from numerous manufacturers, whether they're good, bad, or otherwise, is that they base all of their guns on the 1959 design, AKMs. I mean, that platform kind of lived itself out with introduction of a 74 platform, which is more modern and employing different, technology and everything at the time. And then as a subsequential, what's the word I'm looking for? I can't speak English well, but anyway. And as a result, release of 100 series AKs, like Jim was saying, 105, and somebody else mentioned 104, and KUSA just recently released K103, KR103. I mean, that's not. I mean, the utilization of technology that is brought in with introduction of the AK-74 platform is what not happening nationwide from one manufacturer to another across the way. I mean, several select guys, like we have a couple here doing their, doing the right thing, but everybody else from, even the PSA as well, though they call it 103, it's just dressed up AKM. So we as a gun industry needs AK portion of a gun industry need to get away from AKM design. That's what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Good point.
Agreed.
Marco.
Yep.
Anybody else want to add to it?
I could, but I think we already touched on it.
Okay.
You got to remember that the original AKs were built by government arsenals that didn't have to make a profit. And companies like TSA, USA, they got to make a profit. It's capitalism. It's how we work.
That's true.
I don't know that original, properly forged spec parts is what we need, and I don't know that we're ever going to get what was the OG thing. Just because of the cost factor of being able to do it. I mean, I hope somebody will step up and do it. At this point, we have such a limited supply of good parts anymore that, we're, those of us who know the difference between good AK and not, we look for the best parts we can to build the gun to make sure our customers get the best gun we can get. And Brian, I know we've had this discussion before.
Yep.
And it's getting very hard because it's getting expensive because the better parts cost a lot of money. And on top of all that, you have all the, the Eastern European and, people that are selling the stuff to us. They know the value of this stuff now, and they're charging for it.
Yep. So
people say, oh, you're ripping us off. You're charging too much money for this stuff. No, it's what we have to pay to build this. You want the best stuff. If you want a spec AK that's going to do 100,000 rounds, that's what you got to pay these days. And that's just the reality of it. And anybody who thinks different is not living in reality.
It's funny how the tables turned, right? You go back, let's say 15 years ago, and you walk into a pawn shop or gun shop, and UAK would be a $400 affair versus the almost $1,000 AR. And now it's all the way around. I mean, there's a plethora of $500 plus ARs, and you can get into AR relatively inexpensive compared to a decent AK per se.
That's very true, Marco.
But you know what? Let me piggyback a little bit here on what Jim said. When you say what industry is not doing what it should be doing, I think overall, as people that work with AKs and appreciate the design, is that this is where the problem lies. That a lot of people are looking at AK, and the presumption out there is that AK should be cheaper than AR. No, fuck, it shouldn't.
Anybody that's ever built one knows different.
Correct.
Yep.
Well,
correct.
Jim, but the problem is that majority of manufacturers, even or importers or whatnot, they're pushing. Oh, look, I got a good deal for you. Now I have a case for $900. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, this whole mentality that AK is a peasant's weapon that should cost 30 or 40% of what quality AR costs is absolute bullshit. And that's the first thing that we should move is to dispel that dogma that somehow this is a cheap weapon. No, it is not. And it shouldn't be. And as Jim mentioned, back in those days when you could buy a $400 AK, a lot of that shit did come from the state's armories and all that stuff. That there was no profit margin or profit issues going into it, and there were hundreds of thousands of them floating. Those days are long gone.
Correct.
Yep.
It's also going back to what we talked earlier about those myths that exist in the marketplace, saying AK is not accurate, blah blah blah, peasant weapon. It should be like you use a shovel and a sledgehammer to put it together, and so on. Like Jim said, anyone who built one will tell you that it's not a freaking easy put together gun. I mean, it's kind of like the quality of the components is high, it must be high, and the way you put it together has to be on the level. Right.
To my right here is a print for the rear sight base, which is a relatively simple part on the AK. And I'm looking at 3 different dimensions that have a tolerance window of less than 1/1000th of an inch. This idea that AKs are built in caves is utter horseshit. Now I know about the Khyber Pass, but those guys are not. That's not what we're talking about. That's a different thing. When the parts actually get made, there are way more tight tolerances on an AK than there are on an AR-15. Way more. And it's a precision weapon. It's precisely sloppy. That's different. Like the room that's in the receiver and in the action to take fouling and dispose of it. Yes, there's slop in the gun.
That's by design.
Yeah, exactly. Yep.
Well, but I mean, also too, you got to remember that the reason this gun works so well is, I mean, a good example of how good of a design that the AK is it can be built horribly wrong and still run. It won't run well, or it won't run for a long time, but it will run and people tend to believe that, like, okay, this is a good AK because I built it and it'll run. No, you have no clue.
Go ahead. Go. Somebody's do it. Say
no, I'm sorry. Did I interrupt Jim?
Hey, Jim. Sonny speaking.
I'm sorry, man. I'm having a hard time hearing between all these people here. I put headphones on so I could hear better, but.
Yeah, Jim, we met years ago in Arizona. You still worked from your garage back then. So
yeah, you remember the class that we did? You, me, and Marco. That was probably the first legitimate AK class ever in this fucking country.
But those times are forgotten because now there's a new wave, new age, new ways, new modernized this and that. But here's the thing, guys. Jim, I'm trying to think, besides him and Mark Krebs back in those days, who else was making AKs, Jim?
Troy Sellers was pretty good. He did a lot of
Troy
good stuff.
Sellers.
Troy Sellers knows the AK.
Ted Marshall, remember him?
Ted Marshall, yeah. Well, Ted Marshall,
no doubt. Ted Marshall is actually one of my mentors.
Ted Marshall, I actually had one of his guns, and unfortunately, I had to sell it. But yeah, but so back then there were 4 or 5 guys that were at the beginning of that whole movement with access to good parts to and they really dug into the system. They really dug into this rifle. Now you have dudes that literally they may or may not take some half-ass class there, and they start making AKs in their garage, and it's all good. They come to my class. They have about 60 fucking choke ups on their AK. Of course, of course, the blame will go to ammunition or that my clay here in East Texas is a little bit too hard even on AKs. And you look at that shit and you go like, dude, leave the job to people who actually are passionate about it and know what they're doing. it became too much of this, a hobby of putting together a gun. Guys, this is fucking combat rifle,
Bless you, brother.
and we should just talk straight about it, because I know there's a lot of listeners out there that go like, they have inspiration maybe to go in the garage tomorrow after this inspiring freaking show and go like, I'm going to put my AK-105 together. No, you won't. No, you won't. It's going to be AK-49.
Yeah. We've
Well,
had several questions about parts kits and all that. If you go back to our previous episodes, I think we've answered all those. So go check our previous episodes. Brian, let's do one more listener question, and then we've got giveaways to do. We've got prizes to award. We award our listeners here, reward our listeners. No other podcast gives away more than Talking Lead, and we're going to prove that on this episode. And we're also doing a Galil giveaway with IWI US. So I'm going to give you details on how you can get an additional 500 entries on that giveaway. But let's do one more question, Brian.
See, this one is I'm really interested. This will sound like a basic bitch question, but I think it's actually going to be really interesting. I think everybody would say that they don't particularly care what zero somebody uses so long as they know where their bullets go. But past that, what is everyone's preferred zero for an AK, with or without a red dot?
Well, I have one.
Lay it on us, sir.
25-yard zero with the sight set at 100.
That's it.
Thank you, sir.
Question has been answered. Let's move on to giveaways.
Well, now Marty, Jeff has a really interesting method that a bunch of people who I know who aren't on this call really like. So, Jeff, you want to run us through the belt buckle, or do you want to be non-controversial tonight? That's a fine thing too, to just enjoy yourself. You look to have a low blood pressure
Jeff,
at the moment.
Go for it, brother.
No, I actually, the zero that I prefer is out of straight Soviet doctrine. It's a 100-meter zero that you've got the, I'm trying to remember the measurements, where your front sight post appears to be the same size as the silhouettes there. You always aim at the belt, and then that compensates for the 26-centimeter rise of the bullet as it's going down. That takes you out to 350 meters for your battle sight zero. That's what I always used, and it worked very well for me. So if you aim at a guy's belt, you'll hit him. So the idea being is, the reality is in combat, I don't necessarily care where I hit you as long as I put lead in you. And so whether it's here or here or here or here, really it doesn't matter. I'm punching holes. And so out to 350 meters, like what you were talking about, Marco, out to 4 where you have your standoff. But I got that off of the standard Soviet manual that had been translated back in, I think it was like 1973, where it was 100-meter zero. And so that's the one that I prefer. It simplifies it. I'm a pretty simple guy. It's like, okay, from here to 350 meters, aim at the belt, I'll hit. That's good enough. It's super easy and genius simplicity.
I second this 100%. So I would prefer a 100-meter zero and my battle sight set up at the battle position.
Well, if you want to detail it, let me detail it a little bit. The 25-yard zero with the sight set on 100, pointing at center of mass. At 25, you're going to get center of mass. At 50, you're going to get about a half an inch high. At 100, you're going to get about another inch high. At 200, you might get about the same or start to drop a little bit. At 300, you'll be about in the belly. So either way you do it, either one works. And as Jeff said, it's just all about getting metal on meat. And either way will do it. So whatever you choose to do, just make sure you know how it works and know your holdovers, because if you have to hit something beyond 300 yards, you need to know what your holdovers are on that gun. And it's not that hard to do. I mean, I've taken the AK out as far as 1,000 yards,
And I've seen that you can actually hit a target at 1,000 yards. The hole is going to be oblong because the bullet is falling from the sky at that point. But you can actually do it if you know your holdovers.
One more thing I want to add to talking about the standard manuals and how the soldiers were trained back then in the home country. It seems like I'm the only guy talking about full auto stuff because I guess we have a few machine guns.
Relevant. It's definitely relevant.
We train the Southeast Michigan Army ROTC on standard and non-standard weapons. But anyway, we're firing full auto at the distances at about 200 to 300 meters. An advancing enemy, which would be arranged in a checkered pattern, would have you aim at the right knee in the full auto in the short burst, whereas first round will strike the target in the chest. The second round we're going over the left shoulder with expectation striking a next trooper in a checkered pattern. And that's the reason why the targets on a training basis at the ranges was set up the same way. And it would be considered like a big deal if you actually would knock the two targets with 2-round burst. And it's been done on a regular basis. And so that's another one, but it's just like an anecdotal thing.
What range was that at, Marco?
200 to 250.
Gotcha. Thanks.
So I got
Sonny.
Yes.
Anything to add to that?
No, not really.
Okay.
I got something to add to the zeroing that I found shooting a lot of, class competitions guys don't realize is when you zero your rifle and your bullet's supposed to do something, go verify that at distance. Like your bullet's supposed to
that
hit
is very
at
true.
200 at 300 at this hold. Guys, they look online, they read something, they send their 25-yard zero, they move their their slide up or their dot or wherever it is, but their left and right at 200 could potentially be off because obviously the magnification of your cone of fire. And a lot of guys go, well, my bullet's going in a weird spot. I'm like, it's going the same place. Your sights are off, and they don't adjust for downrange.
Actually, I will add something really quick, guys. So, over years now, I had a bunch of different dudes come through classes with different kind of competence levels and all that. And I can tell you this, and this is even from the class about 3 weeks ago. Observation is this. We do this drill I call 2-5 drill, which is basically 3 magazines loaded with 7, 8, and 10 rounds for 25 rounds total. You have 5 distinct targets to hit with 2 no-shoot targets. You have 60 seconds to do the drill while you're moving in between the barrels, clockwise and counterclockwise. Static shots not allowed. So we had guys with all kinds of zeros. We had guys with all kinds of red dots. We had guys with guns made by 2 of the best AK makers known in the West. They are on this show right now, Brian and Jim. And the longest distance they shoot that drill is about 14 yards. It goes from 14 to about 3 yards. And I can tell you this, no matter what zeros they had, no matter what gear they used, what ammunition was in there, none of that mattered. But if they did not have skill, how to do things while not being shot, while not being addressed, being in very complex situation where you had to have certain cadence, where you had to hit targets in specific sequencing and all that, you would see the shooters that could punch 3 holes at the size of the quarter from 100, and they would, out of 25 shots, they would have 15 of them off the paper.
Good point. Yep.
Shooting and moving is a skill that not a lot of, at least Americans, have even attempted, because majority of the guys that we know, here in Arizona, we have amazing ranges that we can go to, whereas most people are stuck on on the X, and so they never shoot and move.
And I don't think it's only availability of the ranges, man. I will actually blame it partially on in this training industry today is that a lot of dudes, with all due respect, they do come trainers, instructors. They do come from the military backgrounds. And a lot of them work within team environments. Movement is not necessarily stressed that much. It's usually teamwork. It's usually element of surprise. It's usually overwhelming firepower and so forth. That's not what civilians going to be dealing with.
Yeah, I thought I could shoot when I was in the Army, and I got out, and I realized real fast.
And if we don't adjust our training and we teach a team kicking the door and 12 super operators doing their shit versus one guy who wakes up in the middle and his nuts is swinging while he's screaming because he forgot to grab an extra magazine and now it's time to defend your family, it's a little bit different story.
Yeah. And that being said, I think the majority of you guys do offer training courses, if I'm not mistaken. So let's go around the horn here and let's talk about some of the training courses that you guys offer. We'll start with Sonny.
Oh, me? Okay. Yeah. So, well, some of you may know me and my wife, we purchased property here in East Texas. So I have my own training facility in the deep woods of East Texas. We call it aptly a Ford Honey Badger because we don't give a shit. So,
love you, bro.
at this point, I have a live fire range. God willing, here shortly we're gonna start building indoor training facility for force on force and combative training. Courses that I offer, I kind of cut down the number of different classes I teach. I teach 3 different iterations of what I refer to as AK knowledge, or A knowledge, or however you want to say it, AK knowledge. So there's 3 different iterations of that course specifically for the battle rifle. And no, you don't have to bring just AK rifle. You can bring any magazine-fed battle rifle to that class. I also teach pistol courses. I also teach combative courses. And that's what we do.
And what's your website and where can they get in touch with you?
SonnyPuzikas.com. Pretty simple.
Puzikas. Jim, you're in the middle of doing something right now, Secret Squirrelish, but you do offer training courses and build courses.
I do.
Build courses are hugely popular. Talk about what you're doing.
Well, I'm only doing private classes now with no more than 1 to 5 people, mainly because I can do a much more extensive class and teach people what they really need to know and not just push them through like a, you know what I mean. It's and they've been very successful. They were doing quite well. And actually, yeah, I was doing a class for the last 3 days, and I don't want to talk about that one. But
sure.
You know, I'm just in a different place right now.
Understandable.
But the thing is, you know, we only do build classes. I don't teach shooting anymore. I'm too old for that stuff. You know, you got guys like Sonny and other guys out there who are teaching all this stuff, and I don't teach shooting classes anymore. Plus, I'm a Weaver shooter. Nobody cares about that anymore. But no, my build classes are probably the most advanced and the most thorough that you could possibly imagine. And I'm not going to go into detail on that because I'm not really good at promoting myself. I don't really care about that shit. But people that know. If you want to learn how to build it right, come and see me. I know how to do it.
Yeah. Shoot me an email, talk@gmail.com, and I'll hook you up.
Yeah, let me pump your tires a minute, Jim. Jim has a fantastic class that gives you everything you need to know to really start doing it right, not blow your face off. He's way more giving than he should be with his understanding and knowledge and wisdom on that. And he's really pleasant. You know, often when you get somebody that's as good as Jim is at building, they get grumpy and cross and impatient with the students. And
fuck, I'm that way all the time.
No, well, maybe that's it. Yeah, okay, so that's Jim's default setting, maybe. But at any rate, he let me get away with so much bullshit in his class, and he was nice the whole way through it. And so, you know, just a really good
And
teacher.
look at what you've done.
There it is. There it is.
Oh,
yeah.
I love you, brother.
Marco.
Back at you.
Hey, Marco.
Yo.
How about you? I know you're into the training as well.
Well, yeah, I used to run 2 courses out of Chapman, Kansas. We under guises of behind lines. I haven't done those in a long time, and we kind of killed the thing. But I do training in this now only to a military personnel and like a full-time National Guard up in Lansing, Michigan, or southeastern Michigan ROTC cadets. And we have at our disposal, we have just about everything from M203 grenade launchers to slant back Humvee mounted M2, M59 Jeep from Vietnam era with M60, M240, M249, all the standard stuff, and some of the non-standard stuff as well. Anything from AKSUs and the Vityas and the of course all full auto, and then of course the sniper portion of it as well. So that's what we do. We don't I don't know for anything to private or on a commercial basis.
And for our military listeners, how can they get in touch with you?
I guess they can get in touch through you.
There you go. talkinglate@gmail.com, and I'll hook you up with Marco, no doubt. Jeff, are you doing any sort of firearms training or anything like that?
Well, I'm a lifelong student myself. So, at one point I lost my mind and decided to go back to school. So I'm a full-time student right now, as well as my other business endeavors. So I'm juggling a lot of balls. But we do from time to time. We're getting ready to launch. We've got a system that we've been developing over the last couple of years that we're calling XTAC. It's about the size of a light that goes on the bottom of your pistol or rifle. We've really embraced the airsoft as a training. If you treat it like a toy, then it's a toy. If you treat it like it's a training rifle, it's a training rifle, or rifle or pistol. And this laser system goes on and it downloads to an app on your phone, so you can tell who shot who and when, and it disables it so that you can't go back and say I shot you first or whatever. You can shoot the projectiles through the airsoft if you want, or you can shoot the lasers. It's got a belt, so it'll bite you if a shock belt, so it'll bite you if you get hit. So you've got a little bit of stress inoculation that's there too. So it's more of a lot more of like kind of like what Sonny was talking about and Marco, of like being able to shoot and move at the same time, and trying to bring in that three-dimensional dynamic environment that's going through. Mm-hmm. We're in the tail end of the release, so we'll be releasing that probably, I don't know, 3-4 months, depending on some of the computer, that we're just working all the bugs out of the apps right now, so that you can shoot. I mean, snipers can shoot from 300 meters away, or you can shoot from, face to face all the way up, because the app geolocates and stuff. So we are doing some of that on the Ready Man side. For me personally, like, I'd like nothing better than to say I'm going to go to Jim's class, and then the next week I'm going to go to Sonny's class, then I'm going to go to Marco's class, then I'm going to go hang out with Brian.
You can do it.
That's exactly, go hang out with Neil, because I've found inevitably people have figured out a bunch of stuff that I haven't, and so for me, I just want to learn,
Good outlook, Jeff, and you're always welcome to come over here, and we'll put you behind some stuff and get that nostalgic feeling out of you.
Thank you.
Same, Jeff. I don't know you. We've never met before, but you've done a lot of stuff, and whatever if I can help you with anything, just give me a call.
Oh, thank you very much. I am a lot of people don't know. I at one point, if I had known, I'd have probably chickened out, but I went back, and I'm in an accelerated nursing program, and I actually take my last set of finals next week, and so on Tuesday, and it's been man, it's been super rewarding. It's been a kick in the balls. I'm not going to lie. At going back to school at 52 years old, you know, with getting my
I get that.
but it's been phenomenal, and I would encourage everybody. I feel like I've, you know, I feel 10 years younger in some respects. So like, I mean that. I'm a lifelong learner. People ask me like, do you teach classes? And I'm like, yeah, but I'd rather go to a class and learn some more, you know. So
that's a great statement, Jeff, because the minute you think you know it all is when you stop learning. You know, I've seen so many people get into that mode where you should always be a student. You nailed it, man.
Paul Mark.
Stop learning is when you die. So I'm on a longevity plan.
Neil, I know you've got some things going on in the training realm. Talk about it.
Not really anymore.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I rolled my company up about 2 years ago, and I've been focusing on 3-gun and the competition side of stuff. So I haven't had time between that and work.
Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
All right, so let's give some shit away. So, who's on Instagram right now? Get on Instagram. Get on Facebook. Jim, get your guy to get on Instagram or Facebook. Talking
What's
Lead.
that?
Get your guy to get on. Who's there with you?
It's not his guy. It's Jared. Yeah.
Oh, Jared. Okay.
Yeah, Jared's here with me. Jared said hi, by the way. I'm
What's up,
actually
Jared?
using his phone because I couldn't figure out how to get on your fucking contest without my phone. With my phone.
It was a
So Jared made it work. So that's the only reason.
I want you guys to pick the winners. That's what I'm getting at. So go through the Instagram, go to that post that I did, and I'll pick yours, Marco.
Okay.
We'll pick yours for you.
I think I turned. I don't know.
And we're on Facebook and we're on Instagram, so you can pick your favorite question from those. We've got, oh my gosh, we've got all kinds of things to give away here for the season finale. We've got Mission First Tactical. We've got a dump tray, and we've got a $100 gift card to Mission First Tactical. Seal 1, we've got one of their complete care COP kits to give away. Factory 47, we're going to give away a mug, a Talking Letty, AK Korner mug, a t-shirt, and a hoodie. ASP USA has put up 3 flashlights and 3 $20 gift cards for those 3 winners. And Marco's going to give away one of his books, his new books that he talked about. Anybody else want to give anything away here?
Yeah, we're going to be giving away 3 of our 4-prong flash hider suppressor mounts. In whatever thread the winner desires. We got half 28, 5/8 24, and 14/1 left.
Nice. I'm one of those winners, by the way.
Now, there you go. Yeah, have I not gotten you one yet? I need to fix myself.
You've got 2 to give away.
What about that 1982 S10 that's been parked on my backyard? No, I'm kidding. I'm just joking.
That's nice. That's nice. All right. Sonny, are you on social medias?
No, not right now.
Where's your phone? Get your phone. Pull up somebody.
I'm looking at it. I'm using my phone for this.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah.
All right. Who's Jeff? Pick a winner.
Okay, let's well, I'm gonna go back to the guy who I'm gonna shamelessly promote myself here.
I like it.
It's P-Man 301 that asked about if Black Autumn's gonna be made into a series or show or a movie. Gotta make him a winner.
There you go. P-Man. You're going to get, how about the Mission First Tactical dump tray with the AK Korner logo on it. Boom. That's what he wins. So, winners, when we announce your names, you got to shoot me an email, talkinglate@gmail.com. Tell me what you won and give me your contact info, your mailing address, and I'm going to forward it on to our prize provider so that they can get those to you. And if it's a size or something like that, give me your size.
It's talkinglate@gmail.com.
There you go. Talkinglate.
Okay. I'm sending that to him right now on IG.
Oh, no. He's got to listen to the show.
Oh, crap.
The only way they win is if they listen. We do not notify them.
Oh, sorry.
That's part of being part of the Leadhead Brigade. If you don't listen to the show, you don't win.
Sorry. Party foul. My
That's
fault.
okay.
Apologize.
That's You can send him. That's fine. He'll probably enjoy that. That's like a bonus that he gets. All right, dump tray down, and that went to who? P-Man.
Yeah, P-Man 301.
Got it. All right. Who wants to pick the next winner? Jim?
What am I supposed to do? I don't know how to do this.
Neil, pick a winner. You're muted, by the way. You're muted. Yeah. You got to unmute yourself.
Good thing, because I was cursing
Novice.
on the storm.
First timers on the show. I mean, come on.
I'm so used to Zoom calls at work that I have to mute myself because I've got 6 other things going on. I think it's called Molnir's Might on Instagram.
Okay.
The question was I'm interested in a Recce 8K with LPVO. What's he winning?
How about we give him one of the flashlights and $20 gift cards from ASP?
Sounds good to me.
There you go. Milnor's.
Right?
Thor's hammer, right?
Something like that.
Mjolnir, you mean?
Millennium.
Okay. I know how to pronounce that one.
Okay. So are you got a winner? Oh, you're not on there, are you, Marco?
No, I don't know anything about those internet.
You don't know anything about social medias. All right, so I'm going to pick Marco's winner. And I'm just going to go on here and I'm going to spin it. I'm going to spin it and I'm going to stop it. And it stopped on Saluis Puzikas.
What did I win?
So round
I
2.
win Marco's book.
So here's the thing. All of you guys, everybody on the show today is going to win a Mission First Tactical dump tray. And we're going to do a special design just for you guys.
Wow.
So everybody here's all our guests, Jim, Jeff, Neil, Marco, Sonny, Brian, David, you going to get one for yourself?
Cool. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. So David wants to do something special for you guys. So we'll probably put together a little MFT package for all you guys. So yeah, definitely you're going to get a little something for the season finale of the Talking Lead AK Corner.
Actually, I also have a suggestion for
Yes.
your upcoming shows, maybe for next. It's like a new segment.
Season
for
4.
next season.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I feel like, we've fielded some questions, maybe total, maybe 7 or so, but I'm pretty sure there were a lot more.
Yeah.
And maybe what you can do is you can compile them in just a sheet and stuff, like in one pager, and then email it to all of us and have us all answer it. And
Well, there's this thing called social media, Marco, that if you had an account.
No, hang on. Although you don't have us on the show, but you can read the answers. Like from us in your next show. And that would be a segment, like a respond to the listeners' questions.
You're still in the Soviet Union. Nope.
All right.
But I appreciate the feedback. All right.
I think
next
I
winner.
Sonny's winner.
What's that? Oh, Sonny. All right, we got to go for somebody else. All right. Instagram.
Yeah, it was Instagram. There's the FPS Murdoch.
Yeah.
And because Sonny was so animated on this.
Okay.
His question was, I know where Sonny stands on this, but how do the rest of you feel about the AK enhanced safety?
Actually, it was one of those questions we also had a disagreement between the participants, so it's kind of entertaining,
Yeah, it was entertaining. We went for it for a while. So FPS Murdoch on Instagram.
FPS. So he's the winner of our next prize, which is going to be, how about we give him a AK Korner mug?
I think he drinks coffee. He'll appreciate that.
He'll like that. Yeah. And he attended our class in Nashville, and I think he's attended your classes, Sonny. You know FPS.
I know him.
Yeah. Good guy. He's a good guy. So
he's all right.
He's all right. He gets the Factory 47 Talking Letty. All right. I got to mark these off so I know what all we've given. We're down to 2 of these. So 2 more flashlights. We've got a T-shirt and a hoodie. We've got a Seal 1 kit. Let's do the Seal 1 kit next.
Well, hang on a second. You skipped over me. Am I sending my book to Sonny?
No, let's pick someone else. Marco, I'll buy your book. Let's give it to one of the listeners.
Because, you know, we kind of got off the subject because the book is still on the table.
The book.
No, let's give it to the listener.
Hey, Marco, can I buy the book directly from you so that
There's only one left, and Brian bought it.
well, and because Brian bogarted the last one on Amazon, can I get it straight from you?
Maybe y'all could trade books.
Oh, that's an idea. You guys need to
You
trade.
don't have to buy it. I'll just send it to you.
No, man.
Autumn series for the AK-47. Marco's AK-47.
I suspect Marco's got way more valuable information than Black Autumn does. So,
You shut your whore mouth, sir.
I'll email you, Marco. I love reading AK stuff. I definitely want to read that so I can. So, yeah.
Jim, pick a number between 1 and 50. You're muted. That's great facial expression, though.
Who you asking?
Jim.
47.
47.
Nice number.
That's unexpected.
Funny how that comes up, huh?
Yep.
47. Cody Atherley. You wake up to enemy paratroopers falling from the sky. What do you grab to defend the homeland? I answered my copy of Red Dawn 1984 and play it on all TV streaming channels, movie theaters, drive-in theaters, and gas stations. That was my.
As I always explain to my students, the Red Dawn is the worst sci-fi movie ever made.
Sci-fi. Just because you weren't in it. Because you can't add it to your IMDb credits.
Hold on a second. There's a funny story behind it. When they were making the remake of Red Dawn, the Red Dawn 2, I actually got a call from production team to work with them, and I responded the same way I respond to enhanced safety, with fuck no.
I love it. All right, so Cody, you win an ASP USA flashlight. So you're one of the ASP winners. Email, talkingledgemail.com. All right, next winner. Let's roll these off. Brian, pick a winner.
Let's do Bailey Muller 80, my nerd asking about the AK gas system.
Okay, Bailey Muller.
Yep.
You win the Seal 1 kit. Very nice. All right, who else is on social medias? Pick a winner.
Were there any questions about training at all?
Yeah. Yeah, there were training questions. Yeah.
Because that would be my winner, but what do I know?
That was Sack Archer. His question was, for our gentleman from across the pond, what training techniques would you like to see brought over more to the West that you'd recommend that would be considered out of the norm for us in the United States? And I think, Sonny, you hit that, more shoot and move. Also, I can't wait for this episode, blah, blah, blah. So that's Sack_Archer.
Okay. Let's give him Marco's book.
There you go.
Oh, that lucky dog.
Yeah, Sack Archer. He just got hit. Did he just get his first ODS 1775?
He is one of my customers and a really good dude. Really, really good guy.
I met him at Kalash Bash, Texas. Him and Pierce. Yeah. Great.
Yeah.
Guys. Great.
We got another one requesting with a training question. Giddy Up was the guy that was asking about military training that turned out to be silly or ridiculous.
Yeah.
Good question. Yeah.
All right. So Sack Archer, or no, who did you say?
Giddy Up
Giddy
also
Up
had that training. He ought to get. That's a good question. He or she.
Let's
I'll get some
give-
swag for that question.
Let's give Giddy Up one of the flashlights. So that's all 3 flashlights gone from ASP USA. And if you guys go to my website, talkingled.com, there's a link to ASP there, and you can click on that link, use the code LEADHEAD. You're going to get 15% off your purchase at ASP USA if you didn't win. All right, so all 3 flashlights are gone. We've got a T-shirt, a hoodie, a $100 gift card, and we're going to let David pick the winner of the $100 gift card, and let's do that now. So, Dave, Hodor, also known as Hodor.
Hey, man.
What's up, brother?
I was muted at your request. I'm using my phone too here, so I'm like on the spot. Can I pick a number?
I'll come back to you.
All right.
I'll come back to you. So let's pick the winner of the T-shirt, and I'm just going to do a little scan through Instagram here. Boom, the T-shirt winner is Clyco 47.
Clayco. He's a big.
Know that? You know them?
Yeah. Clay's awesome.
Yeah, he's a good dude.
Oh, geez. But I think we should call him Clyco from now on. That has a ring to it. Yeah.
Can everyone remember their very first AK and the impression it had on them?
Jesus.
That was a good response, Jim.
Clayco, you win the hoodie. You win the hoodie, Clayco. So, oh Jesus, that everybody's response? I like that.
I'll tell you,
there's a reason I took Jim's build class after I bought a gun from a company whose name I won't repeat. Yeah.
Okay.
Jim's response says it all, I think.
I'll tell you what, Marty. The first AK I had was wasn't really mine, but it was those 2 AKs we tested for SOCOM, and that killed the SR-47 program. They were Kirkahm 56s. They literally looked like they'd been pulled out of a dumpster. They hadn't been cleaned probably ever. All of the finish had gone off of them, and then when we shot them, it completely upended everything that we had thought about AKs, except for reliability. That was true, but everything else we'd proven was a complete and total lie, and that was with rat trap AKs. And so, yeah, I remember the first 2 that I really. It was pretty cool.
Is that okay to admit that when I just moved to US, I didn't know nothing about AKs here? So one of the guys that goes like, yeah, my neighbor is selling an AK. I'm like, okay, I'll buy it. You know what did I buy from him?
What?
IO.
Hey, it's a toss up with them. I mean,
Yeah.
I have to rework every one of them, and I have a good I have
It's a project.
extended experience with IO's AKs.
I still have a PTSD after that one.
Hey, they came with a lifetime warranty.
They didn't live though, did they?
No, there was no life.
Actually,
There was a warranty, but there was no life.
Only good for a certain so many rounds.
Same time last year, I bought all of their returns, like 96 of them, with anything from a cracked trunnions to blown out the receivers and stuff. And we wind up putting about 78 guns together.
Oh wow!
Like out of them.
Probably got those
yeah.
cheap too, didn't you?
Yep. So we got them, but yeah, that's it. But hey, they bringing in all this hard to be mad at them. They bring in all this surplus guns in, including M1s and all kinds of cool stuff. So.
All right, next winter we're gonna do the T-shirt from Factory 47, the AK Korner, the one just like I got on right here. Very nice T-shirt. And because I like his name, and we did have a pretty good discussion on this, Tactical Midget 702. Do you guys prefer going over or under when racking? So that was a good question there too. We got a lot of comment on that. So tactical midget.
I think the preferred moniker is small people now, though.
So little people, yeah.
Am I gonna get shadow banned because I said midget?
Probably.
Probably.
I already am, so fuck
You're
it.
by all the right
just
people.
call him vertically challenged.
David, did you find a winner for our $100 gift card from Mission First Tactical?
I did. I'm going with Joseph Roman on Facebook, who posted a pic of his AK Talking Lead AK Korner armorer's tray.
Nice. Joseph Roman on Facebook.
I feel like he needs more MFT in his life.
He does. So there you go. What was his question? He just posted that? He didn't have a
He
question?
just didn't have a question. Just posted
there
the
you
tray
go.
with some
You have-
ammo slash on it.
You just participate. That's all we look for is participation, and you're going to win. So that was the $100 gift card. We've given away the Seal 1. We gave away all the Factory 47 items. We gave away all the ASP items. We gave away Marco's book. And Brian, we need to give away the muzzle devices now. So pick a winner for the first muzzle device for Occam Defense's muzzle device.
Well, you know, the two gents, the life partners over at AR-15 podcast, I forget their names, but they're awesome. And the AR-15 could do with a little Occam on it. So why don't we throw one of the flash hiders their way?
All right. So that's going to go to, and he actually participated and asked a question. Tandem Dooley.
Oh yeah, that's a good one.
Yeah. So
He
Tandem
contributes a lot. That's great.
Nick, you know the routine. Shoot me an email, and we'll hook you up with one of those muzzle devices.
Hey, let's pick a wild card for number 3.
Do it.
The Joker 6981. No questions here. I already know it's gonna be awesome. That's good energy right there.
I like that.
So the Joker 6981.
And he wins a muzzle device.
Yep.
Okay. Are you giving the AR-15 guys 2 of those, one each?
Oh, just because it's them and they don't have to fight over it, we can do that, and we can do 2 to them, and well, you guys haven't seen them. They're a little bit catty with each other. So yeah, we can do one more. How about left side charging handle mods? Have we given that one away yet? Or has he won anything? The Woodsman pilot. Thoughts on left side charging handle?
I don't know. Maybe he wins twice. So you want to give him one too?
Yeah, let's do that.
It's their responsibility to get in touch with me and tell me what they won. So
there it is.
I don't keep up with this shit. So there you go. I think that's everything. Unless, was there anything else that you guys wanted to give away? Jeff, you want to give away a book or anything?
Sure. Yeah, we can give away
It's a tourniquet.
Books. What do you think? Books,
Hey,
tourniquet.
give someone one of my Beyond the Firearm DVDs.
Beyond the Firearm DVD from Sonny.
Yeah.
So good. Really good.
Pick a winner.
Nope. Let's do the guy you drunk posted, Corey Brown, Corey_Brown_ MKT M4FN apostrophe asterisk _. Yeah. Corey Brown.
Read his question because it's a drunk question.
I have a confession. Well, I'm going to pronounce it as if I'm drunk. I have a confession. I'm inebriated when I'm commenting, but y'all seem to enjoy my comments. LOL. Marco, can you please tell these fascist fucks these fascist fucks in their place again, please? I enjoyed the last air asset question, so I will ask it again to all ex-military. What's your favorite air asset during deployment? Now for Brian Keeney, where are my AK build kits that are US made? There has to be a market for it. It's actually a fairly rational question, so
Yeah,
good job
for
holding your
someone,
liquor,
for
sir.
someone who's lit, that's pretty good.
Yeah, yeah.
I like that. That's a good question. Anybody want to answer him?
Spectre.
Spectre?
Go big or go home. I like it.
I'm torn between Spectres and A10s.
Well, Sukhoi 25, of course. I could be a Hind too. It's a split up.
So I got a funny Hind story, right? So
Okay.
we're on the border of Pakistan, Afghanistan, running ambushes, and the Pakis knew we were there. The Pakistanis knew we were there, so they launched a Hind gunship that was flying, because we were right on the border, and it was flying up and down the border, basically to let us know that there was like, we know you're there, you know we're here, but I'll tell you what, you want to have your butthole pucker up is see one of those things fly overhead, and it's like, where's the radio? Call in the fast movers. They've got a Hind here. Ah! And yeah, the Hind is no joke. The Russians did a good job on that one.
Very nice. Very nice. All right. So one more. What? One of Jeff's. We're giving away your book. Is that what it was?
Yeah, let's give away a book.
Pick a winner. Are you on Instagram or Facebook?
Yeah, stand by.
All right. You pick the winner for that. And
All
then
right.
I think that's all our prizes.
I'm gonna give it to
Hey.
Esoom87, ESOOM_87.
Yeah.
He's the one that said you wake up to enemy paratroopers falling from the sky. So
Yeah.
he's thinking post-apocalyptic.
Yeah.
So let's push it over to him.
I like that. Great. So there you go.
Righteous.
So all you winners, talkinglead@gmail.com. Shoot me an email. AK Korner season finale. What you won. Your shirt sizes, all that stuff, just in case the prizes encompass that. And I'll forward your info to all these guys. So there you go. What an awesome season finale. And guys, we're making it even better because you know what we're doing? We're doing a holiday giveaway also. And we're giving away a Galil Ace. Can you believe that?
What?
What? A Galil?
Very fine firearm. Very fine. Somebody was.
What were you saying, Brian?
He froze. He froze.
You froze.
Yeah, he was saying something and the God was watching.
Out there, and the Galil Ace 2.0 is sick.
So we got the Galil Ace was sick, so that's good enough. So here's what we're doing, and I'm going to share my screen. Put your wieners back in your pants because this is just, it's going to get you that excited. So here it is. Do you see my screen? So here it is, the Talking Lead and Friends holiday giveaway. We're giving away an IWI Galil Ace. Lockdown is putting up one of their hideaway shelves, a trigger lock, a puck, which I've got also. You can't see it right now. I'm holding it up. That goes into your safe. It detects the temperature, the humidity, and if somebody's trying to get into your safe, it'll shoot you notifications on your phone. So all that smart technology. And they've got an AR-15 magazine holder there because the Galil that we're giving away is a 5.56 Galil. Hold your comments. Enforce, we're doing one of their weapon-mounted lights. Seal 1 is going to give away one of their complete gun care cleaning kits. Flatline Fiber Co., a rifle sling, and one of their improved dump pouches, which we had Chad on a couple of episodes back talking about the improvements that he's made to the dump pouch, where you can mount it directly under your magazine real estate on your belt, so it's not taking up additional real estate. And he's got administrative pouches on the inside of it, so you can store things. And then Mission First Tactical, our buddy Dave over at Mission First Tactical, 5 custom magazines. 4 of those are going to be ugly Christmas sweaters, which was my design. Thank you very much. And then the Israeli flag and the American flag on one. You flip it over and you've got that. You get your choice of a holster and one of their awesome new backpacks that they're giving away. I've got a link in my Instagram and on my Facebook. I've made posts, and then all the people that are participating have links to where you can go. This is a Gleam giveaway. It's one of those where, as you see here, the more you do, the more entries you get. And for listeners of the show, we just added this, the secret code. Okay? And this is for listeners only, because if you don't listen to the show, you're not going to know how to unlock this additional 500 entries. Okay? The code is 2A. Capital 2, capital A. Is there a capital in numbers? I don't know. It's the number 2 and a capital A.
Let's just say there is.
That's the secret code. You put that in, you're going to unlock 500 additional entries, which is going to put our listeners above and beyond the people who don't listen. So we reward our listeners here. So that gives you an even better chance to win this awesome package. And one person's going to win all this. So how awesome is that? Not that great, huh? Okay.
Extremely, extremely.
Fuck y'all.
You said to hold comments.
I thought
You're all on
it was a really good giveaway. But Dave, Mission First Tactical, you've got some more awesome news to drop on the lead heads. Hit us with this.
Yeah, I just want to let everybody know, all the listeners know, that we're officially launching our custom division so that they can go to the website and upload their own artwork. And that's kind of what we're going to be doing for all the participants on the show. I'm going to let my creative director and program manager geek out, really dig in and have some fun with the AK artwork for the dump trays we're going to send the guys. And they can do the same thing. Happy to print anybody's design. We offer some art services, or just we can use any JPEG, PDF, AI file. Just visit the website and throw your artwork up there.
Is anything off limits?
I would say no, but you'd be surprised some of the artwork that's already been submitted. So we've unfortunately had to say no 1 or 2 times.
Yeah.
We don't like to, but I don't want anybody to get in trouble, and I don't want to get in trouble. So, sometimes, unfortunately, we have to.
There you go. So go to Mission First Tactical, and the holsters, the dump trays, the tactical wallets, the magazines, even their magazines. I got one right here. They can custom print on the magazines too. So we've got our Leadhead Brigade logo on there. As Brian pointed out earlier, this is injected into this, so it's not going to scratch off. This isn't coming off of here. Very durable on these magazines. Mission First Tactical 30 round. You got AR-10 magazines? Are you doing those also?
Yes, sir. Yep.
So when are you going to get into the AK magazine business, brother?
It's another one of those on the list.
It's coming.
You guys want to help out, man. We're ready for some help on that one.
I think the more that you guys inundate them with requests for these magazines, they'll make it happen, because they can do it. They got the technology.
So I found a place where you could get custom printed toilet paper made. And so I grabbed an ISIS flag off the internet and I submitted it for quote so that everybody could wipe their ass with the ISIS flag with regularity. And they wouldn't build it. And so I got to ask, will you go into the toilet paper business for us?
That's an amazing idea. I would love to wipe my ass with ISIS.
Tactical toilet paper. Got it. I love it. All right. So that's all the news there, guys. Unless any of you have any awesome stuff to drop. Let's go around the table. We'll start with Marco. Marco, what do you got coming up?
Nothing really. I mean, no, I mean, take it back. My little company, we've been importing ammunition, and of course we got hit by the ban, but I still hold a license until the December of next year for some of the ammunition. But we've been working on bringing some firearms into U.S. and somebody asked me earlier about the VSS, so I'm not saying much, but just be on the lookout for those. And that's some stuff. And then of course, there's Serbian handguns and Mauser action hunting carbines, some surplus M35 Berettas. Oh,
Got a lot of surplus stuff, huh?
Well, some of the surplus and some newly manufactured stuff. So all of that is coming our way probably sometime in the first, second quarter of next year.
We're going to do an episode on surplus weapons next season, so we'll have you on for that.
Yeah, I've been lately, I don't know what I ate something and wind up collecting all kinds of interesting World War II stuff. And me and my son together, actually, and accumulated the extensive collection. So I'll have some interesting stuff to show. And
okay, we'll do a little show and tell with that. Jim, are you with us? You still awake? I see your table over there. Nice bar. I think Jim's asleep. Okay. Jeff, what about
I'm here?
Oh, you there? Okay.
I'm sorry.
Oh, you're on mute. Okay. What do you got coming up, Jim?
Guys in the room, we're talking about stuff at the same time. You know?
What do you got coming up, Jim?
Oh, what I got? Well, you know, our release is probably going to be. We're hoping for February right now for the new rifle, as well as other things. We've been working on a lot of stuff for the last couple of years, and it's about to come to fruition. Now, I don't want to get into too much detail about it because I'm on the road right now, class in a different state, in a different place. It's cold as fuck here. I'm dying to get home and get back to work on what I do well.
I hear you, brother. We can't wait for you to get back to doing the shit that you do well.
Well, it's coming. That's all I can say.
It's in the mail. I like it. Sonny.
Yes, sir. Well, I really don't do much exciting stuff besides training in my new podcast. So that's really it. My training classes, you already dropped the website. People can find it there. My podcast is Gospel of Violence Podcast. And if you like your feelings hurt and your panties in the wad, you want to subscribe. Otherwise, stick to safer things. You know, Joe Rogan and shit like that.
You're so fucking cool.
And that's about it. Training, podcasting, that's what I do. That's it.
How can they find you? Get in touch with you, websites, things like that. What you got?
Well, www.sonnypuzikas.com is my main website. That's as far as the training goes. And for the podcast is gospelofviolencepodcast.com.
Gospel of Violence. Love it. I guarantee you got swag and stuff already for all that too, right? You got shirts and hats and.
Not yet, but we will start working on it, and maybe I'll reach out to some of you about stuff.
I know a guy. Get in touch with me.
I've heard about the guy that you know.
Okay. Jeff.
Sorry, I was taking notes. We're just finishing up Blood Spring, so the last book in the Black Autumn series. And then I'm getting ready to focus heavily on our video platform. So I own Full 30, which is YouTube for guns essentially. And now we're in the process of expanding that out. We've rebuilt that thing again. And we're getting ready to open it up to more than just guns. We're opening it up to everything because we're essentially we're sick of the censorship and suppression that's taking place on social media. I've had several of my 100,000+ following places been shut down, and I'm constantly shadow banned on Instagram and whatnot. So
Yeah.
It's like, well, all right, we're just going to expand on our own stuff. So that's going to be my new focus. And we're still teaching classes. We've got the XTAC, like I had spoken about earlier, that's going forward. And then I've got some other endeavors that I'm cranking on with a marketing company and whatnot. So yeah, I'm staying busy and going to school.
And learning. Are you like doing medicine or something?
Yeah, I'm a full-time student right now in an accelerated nursing program. And so, and if, like I think I said before, if I'd known that nurses did as much as they did and had to do as much school, I'd have probably chickened out before I started. But once I started, it was like, well, crap, I got to finish now. So I'm in the final days of that, like finals are next week. So, but yeah, I'm staying busy. I got my fingers in a bunch of stuff, but the video platform is, I mean, it's timely to looking what's going on in the world, and that's going to be
working with Jared. I know he's been part of that as well. So anything I can do to help out, just keep in touch with me.
Yeah, Jared's been integral into that. I mean, Jared Markle, and just phenomenal individual.
Good. Neil.
Yeah, so I'm not nearly as cool as everybody else on this podcast, but
sure you are.
You know, professionally, for the shooting community at least, I'm working with some actually of your previous guests over this season, to putting out a lot of information. I just said the same word twice. Regarding informational content on Instagram, you know, to help people get a little leg up and be able to take some of these high-speed classes and go into them with better basics and manipulation drills, so that way they can get more out of what they're there for. So that's on. You can check that out at The Combat Accountant on Instagram. But that's, you know, all I really got outside of my personal stuff of competitive shooting.
But you're an accountant that represents pot companies too.
This is correct.
Jim, you need to get to know this guy.
I live down the street from him.
Okay. There you go. There you go. He knows the good stuff. So.
Oh yeah.
I'll be emailing you.
Yeah. Let me know what kind of questions you got, and we'll see what I can get for you.
I don't have questions. I just need stuff. All right, Brian.
Well, we're just about through the first production run. We did a small pre-production run of our adjustable gas block. It's Barrow's talking about, you know, great art, or good artist borrow, great artist steal. We try to steal from the best, based kind of on the SVD, kind of on some of the HK stuff, kind of on the AK-12. It's a 4140 alloy steel body that's nitrided, and then there's a 17.4 stainless aperture cup, and then that has multiple, you know, clicky defined settings, including one that's full off for suppressed shooting. The cup comes out through the front, so if you want to clean it, it's not a big deal. And then the spring, the detent spring, we try to run stuff really hard to make sure you don't have to, in terms of testing. And so we put 1,000 rounds through the gun in 45 minutes, got it glowing orange, and we realized the one thing that we needed was an Inconel spring that would work up at 1100 Fahrenheit, and so we did it. So I think that's emblematic of the stuff we try to put out is heavily tested and carefully conceived, and so those are open for order right now, and they'll be shipping probably 4 to 6 weeks. Oh.
Muted.
Oh, there we go. Now I can hear you. What were you saying, Marty?
I was muted.
Oh, okay, cool. I thought I was losing my mind.
I pulled a Jim.
There's like
Jim.
in my room, so we're talking about stuff, and not the world here.
So OccamDefense.com. Go check them out at Occam Defense. Is it Solutions or just Occam Defense on the
OccamDefense.com, and we've got guns at a bunch of retailers around the country. But we also are building guns right now. Our lead times are pretty good. We're shipping at about 4 to 6 weeks right now. You get it's kind of like buying a Toyota or a Ford, where you get to pick your your trim package and your seat color and your stereo and that kind of thing. So it's not full custom, but we do kind of build to order.
Very cool. Cool.
Yep.
And thanks to our other sponsors that made season 3 such an awesome season. Probably my favorite season so far, and season 4 is going to be even better. Mission First Tactical. David, thank you so much. Appreciate all the support that you give the show. The codes, the discounts that you give our listeners. Leadhead is the code, 20% off. Mission First Tactical. I don't know if you guys are doing any end of the year deals or anything right now, codes, but that's probably the best one going, isn't it?
Yep. Yes, sir.
Yep. Yes, sir. There you go. Seal 1, you use the code LEADHEAD. You're going to get 25% off at Seal 1 for any and all of their CLP cleaning products. Factory 47, use the code LEADHEAD. I try to keep it simple. See a little pattern here? LEADHEAD. 10% off Factory 47. That's our T-shirts. That's our hoodies. That's our leadies. I had one earlier. I don't have it right now. I did a social media live and I had it. You go there and any of their products, not just the AK Korner, but any of the Factory 47 products, and it's all awesome AK-47 based stuff. 1776 for our classic logo stuff. You're going to get 20% off. Use the code TALKINGLEAD at 1776united.com. Occam Lube, use the code LEADHEAD in all caps. They had to be different at Occam Lube, and you're going to get 10% off at Occam Lube. And
No, you got to yell it. It's all caps. You got to yell it.
Got to yell it.
Yeah.
Leadhead. 10% off. Occam Lube. Flatline Fiber Co. for any of their products at Flatline Fiber Co. Their dump pouches, their slings, these little things that go in your ear pro when you're shooting. Ear pro wraps. You get 10% off. Flatline Fiber Co. Use the code LEADHEAD. 10% off there. And then for the flashlights that we're giving away, ASP USA, any of their products, you get 15% off. They have the batons. They're famous for the batons, their handcuffs. Any of their products, they're 15% off anything at ASP USA. You go to Talking Lead's website. There's a link there. You click on that link and use the code LEADHEAD. I have to yell because it's all caps for 15% off ASP USA. So we'll be back with season 4 next year, Leadheads. I don't know. Maybe we'll kick it off at SHOT Show. Or are you guys going to SHOT Show? Everybody going to SHOT Show this year? Marco, yeah.
Well, I am. Yep.
Neil, yeah. Jim, yeah. Jeff, yeah. David. Just got a blank. Hodor's just, yeah. Sonny, you going?
Nope.
Sonny's not going. Fuck SHOT Show. The hell with it.
Exactly.
Can't
Show
be
the
there. We may be there. I haven't locked in a host for the lead quarters yet. We're in talks, so hopefully that'll work out. But until next season, Leadheads, you can still shoot me all your questions, your comments, talkinglead@gmail.com. Any of our guests that we've had on, you want to get in touch with, you've got questions, follow-up questions, they're more than happy if you hit them up on their social medias, their websites. You can email them or you can come to me, talkinglead@gmail.com. I'll be happy to pass it on to them. But thank you, Marco, for being on, for all the support over the years. You've been on, I think, every season, at least once, since we started this 3 years ago. Sonny, thank you so much for being on. Hope to have you back on again more often now that you've got internet other than dial-up.
You keep talking, I'll switch back to dial-up.
I go longer than Rogan, you know. So. This is the longest episode ever, and I'm not even going to edit it. It's gonna run just like this. Jim, always a pleasure having you on, brother. Thank you for taking the time. I know that you were doing some very serious stuff there where you're at, but thank you for being on.
Yeah, it was a rough day. Well, actually, we got one more day tomorrow.
Well, anything we can do to lighten it up, that's what we're here for, brother. So appreciate you being on. Definitely look forward to having you back on season 4. Jeff, Brother, always a pleasure, man. There's so much that we can talk about with everything that you got going on between the AK Korner and our regular show. I know our listeners, it's a treat to have you on every time.
Thanks for having me. It's always a blast.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And Neil, you're a new guy. We got to get you on the regular show. We got to hit you with the new guy questions. We got to run you through all that. So we're gonna have Neil back on the regular show, and we're gonna gruel him on the Talking Lead podcast. So Neil, thanks for being on.
Thanks for having me and threatening me with a good time. Let's do it.
Absolutely. And Brian, Occam Defense Solutions. This show would not be possible without you. The last 2 seasons, you've made it possible, bringing not only the support but the knowledge, the hooking us up with all these amazing people like Neil. I don't know what it is with you and people named Neil or Niels, but
it's a Scandinavian thing.
Scandinavian. I'm starting to see a pattern here. So, really appreciate it and looking forward to doing season 4 with you, brother.
Yeah, likewise, and thank you to all our guests today. This was a really fun treat. It's a hard time in this country right now, and this was more fun than I've had in a really long time. So thank you all very much.
Absolutely, absolutely. So, Leadheads, until season 4 next year, have a happy holiday, Merry Christmas, Hanukkah. What are the other things that people celebrate during this time of year? I don't know. All that.
Festivus. Yeah.
Festivus for the rest of us. Absolutely. We'll see you then, Leadheads.
Thanks, Marty.
Perfect. That's perfect. God
Yeah,
damn.
seriously, guys, epic talk. It was really fun listening to you guys.
I've stopped.